Well, welcome everybody. How is it going? What is your day like? This happens to be a Wednesday, and it's time for RambleCast. This is June 12th. I almost went to July because
Not July. Yeah.
aren't we eager to get later in this year and closer to Election Day? Can't we wait?
Yeah. I'm already. It's way too hot here, so it might as well be July.
It's not quite there yet here, but yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
I think it's gonna get to like 95 tomorrow or something. So that's fun for me.
Actually, what is tomorrow supposed to be like for us? Ooh, we're aiming for a very nice 74.
Welcome to the entertaining live stream where we both check the weather. We're having fun.
Hey, I proposed, I think it was yesterday, maybe it was the day before. Imagine if Google Gemini becomes the tool that starts reporting weather to us. I love the notion of it just occasionally lying and telling us the weather is going to be something completely different than what it is.
Oh, it's Apple weather.
So yeah, anyway, it's yeah, I don't know. That's as much as I can say. I don't know. It has been a week though. There's been things that happened. Not a lot of things, but enough things. Apple did some things. Google did some things. Meta definitely did a thing. And man, I actually call it Meta instead of Facebook. Somebody send me help. Because my thing is going to be dead naming companies. And oh yeah, and ARM did a thing. I think that's our full list of this week's villains. So shall we start off with Meta? You know, just set the tone right away.
Sure. You caught me right as I was trying to copy paste a message.
Oh, well,
but I'm almost done.
Okay, well, how about we start instead with the ARM thing?
Okay, because I haven't read the ARM thing, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great because I didn't read the Chrome things, so we're in good shape. Oh
boy.
Hey, we have 100% reading across the two of us, so that's solid. Anyway, so ARM is doing some real wacky stuff. But this is actually the wacky stuff we already kind of knew about. ARM wants all Snapdragon X Elite laptops destroyed. Now that's actually not true. Not in its precision. They actually want all Snapdragon X Elite chips and anything they're attached to be destroyed. So not just the laptops, they want all of it. They want a big bonfire that involves pretty much everything Qualcomm has made that is Qualcomm actually thinks anyone wants to use. So this has actually been a subject before. The quick catch up on this is this all stems from a situation many years ago. By many years ago, I think it was like 2, where Qualcomm bought a company called Nuvia. Nuvia's whole thing was making ARM-based chips for PCs. Basically, bigger, stronger, faster, better. I think those are the 4 adjectives from the song. And yeah, Qualcomm wanted that business. They wanted to do the cool thing that Nuvia was working on. So they bought the company. Now, with that, they were insistent, and Nuvia had a license worked out with ARM where they could build their own chips, or their own cores specifically. Sorry, I'm using wrong words sometimes. But yeah, they could build their own cores. This is basically the highest end license that ARM offers. and Nuvia was doing this. Well, when Qualcomm bought Nuvia, they believed that they got that license. ARM itself, the license grantor, says no, we don't agree with that. So they have been basically telling Qualcomm to F right off and either work out another deal or destroy pretty much everything that they have ever made off of Nuvia technology and anything that would involve their building chips that do not use the Cortex cores. So
yeah, so basically Qualcomm bought Nuvia, and Nuvia had a special agreement with ARM, and Qualcomm continued to use that agreement, and ARM says it wasn't allowed to do that. That's basically it. So then they want, kind of all the chips that Qualcomm has developed to go away. So yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. I have a feeling this will end with probably just out of court settlement like a year from now, I would imagine. And maybe ARM can convince Qualcomm as part of that settlement to pay ARM a little bit more or something. Because it seems like it's in everyone's best interest to let Qualcomm do this. Because I mean they and Microsoft successfully got like every PC OEM to pump out a laptop immediately with this chip, and if it's not a complete failure, presumably they will keep doing that, and presumably that will be a lot of ARM license sales that would have otherwise gone to Intel or AMD to use their chips, or AMD paying Intel for x86, whatever. So yeah, I would imagine this would go to like a settlement at some point, and nothing really ever happens. But it is kind of funny that this is happening.
Weirdly, I'm not.
Qualcomm has to license Nuvia cores to ARM. Oh no, it is like x86.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that would really be the funniest outcome here. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not convinced that's how this plays out. It could. It absolutely could. But there is an angle here where I could... Look, Qualcomm is a famous patent troll. They have abused their patents and licenses so many times, and basically like they've dominated a portion of an industry based on the fact that basically they play dirty. And ARM at this stage is really, I mean, look, they have some really good technology happening inside of ARM, but for the most part ARM is a little bit of a bogus company. They themselves are pretty much a patent troll for the thing that they made, in a sense. So these are two companies that, yes, they could find an amicable solution, but man, they both seem like they don't want to budge. And that's an interesting and rough place for two companies like this to be, because if they're inclined to not budge, they could actually take this all the way to a courtroom, at which point they're going to both look very silly as they're fighting for the thing that both of them want. But they want it to... They're really just going to be arguing about who should pay more money. And in the end, it's always going to come out to customers. But, it is what it is. So, I don't know. I could kind of see this actually going to court. I don't think it's ever going to lead to the actual, you must destroy all of these things. Maybe it will, but we'll see. I have a feeling it would sooner get to kind of a, like, no imports allowed kind of a situation, but you never know.
It'd be
Um,
very funny if Qualcomm put a self-destruct mechanism in all these laptops.
you mean like the Snapdragon 801?
Ooh,
Uh,
I'd say too soon, but I think probably enough
no.
time has passed.
Yeah, that time has definitely passed. You
I
can't
don't
call
know.
too soon on the HTC One M9.
That was in the before times.
Yeah, it was.
Um, yeah. Also, I forgot to bring this up, but there was another interesting ARM thing. Um, I'm trying to find the link in my own Mastodon timeline. Here we go. Okay, so I'll put this in the YouTube chat. Reuters reports that MediaTek is working on Windows ARM chips. So supposedly, MediaTek is using ARM's new, like, sort of stock generic cores, and they're building their own PC chipset. And it will supposedly be done, uh, or supposedly there will be laptops shipping with this before the end of 2025. So it's a while away. Reuters said again that Qualcomm has an exclusive deal with Microsoft. They said here that it. When does it say it? They said Microsoft granted Qualcomm an exclusivity agreement to develop ARM-based Windows-compatible chips until 2024. So I wonder if that means the end of 2024 or just sometime this year. But regardless, the MediaTek chips won't be done until sometime next year. So I don't know if MediaTek will really be a compelling option here. Supposedly, their smartphone chips in recent history are better, but I don't think that's really an indicator because apparently they're just using ARM core, so they're probably not going to be customizing a lot. Um, I would say maybe they could carve out an interesting option for like mid-range versions of these machines. That was certainly the impression I got, a couple years ago, back when we were starting to get some like ARM Chromebooks, and most of those were like MediaTek or I don't know if Qualcomm made any. I think it was mostly MediaTek, and those were fine. Like they weren't amazing, but they were fine because Intel's low end stuff was absolute garbage, like just completely unusable. Like those Celerons and Atoms chips. Um,
Yeah, I was just Diablo made the joke I was also thinking of is they were
yeah,
basically netbooks.
they were
Except
the netbook chips.
it
Yeah,
it was still the exact same chips from the netbooks from, a decade earlier.
yeah. So that was really rough. But now Intel actually has pretty decent low end chips. The I think it's the Intel N4000 or whatever, like one of their lowest end laptop chips now has popped up in a couple like Raspberry Pi competitors, and they're supposedly decent, and have really low power usage, just like all the netbook chips did. So I don't know if they can carve out a market there. I don't know. I don't know what we don't have any details about what kind of products these would go into except just Windows laptops. But regardless, I think it's very interesting that, relatively speaking, we're going from a duopoly overnight to now five competitors. So we went from just Intel and AMD for the past decade or two. I don't know when like the other like sort of x86 clones died out. There were some that were going like kind of into the netbook age, but basically just AMD and Intel. To now, Qualcomm. We've got Nvidia supposed to make some Windows chips that are ARM. AMD is supposed to make some ARM chips. We've got MediaTek, and we've got who am I missing? There's one I'm missing.
Maybe Samsung.
uh, poop. I don't know, but a lot more options. And those will all kind of be targeting. I expect they'll be targeting like different product segments. Okay, yeah, Nvidia's, and yeah, I guess I forgot to say Nvidia.
No, you said
Um,
Nvidia
okay,
because that's
so
the one
wait,
I
we
was
got
waiting to say.
this is gonna bug me too much. So we've got Nvidia, MediaTek, Qualcomm,
AMD.
AMD. Um, is that all of them?
I feel like Samsung's got to be in the list because there is no other company that is more
They're not.
positioned to do this.
They're not rumored to be making a Windows chip yet, as far as I know. There was someone else that either announced something. Um,
Could it be Intel?
no, and Intel, funny enough, has said it will manufacture ARM chips in its fabs in like the U.S.
Yeah, they're
but
not
they will
going to
not be for
design them, but
themselves.
they're
Yeah,
willing to use their
they'll
equipment
be
to
the
make them.
yeah, they'll be the factory for everyone else. But
Which hey, may as well.
anyway,
I mean,
yeah.
if
I mean,
if
I
you
would.
can't beat them, profit off of them.
Yeah, I mean that's like TMC's like, yeah, we'll make everyone's chips. Why not?
Yeah,
Yeah. Again, that's also where the like fun competition thing comes in, where it's like, yeah, it's like a bunch of different companies doing it, but then they all get made in the same island that like might get invaded next year. So
yeah.
I don't know if capitalism's really working as intended here, but
Well, and
whatever. Interesting times for
and
sure.
what I was even about to say about it, Intel is frankly, I bet this is why they're getting a lot of government money to build fabs here. Is it if they were only going to make their own chips in those fabs, probably would not have gotten that same government money, or at least not as much of it.
Yeah.
But if you say,
Yeah, I mean
"Oh, sure,
that's
we'll make other people's chips too," I bet they were basically given carte blanche to build whatever they want.
yeah, I mean that was their intended message when Congress was debating the Chips Act like 2 years ago. I don't know. They were like, yeah, we'll build factories for whatever. So
Yeah.
I love that to happen, but we'll see. Intel has had issues with manufacturing. Um,
Austin, don't even joke about that. We never ever need to talk about OMAP again.
oh, my poor pillow Moto 360. It's in the drawer there somewhere.
Uh,
Bless his heart.
my Google Glass hanging from the
Oh,
wall.
poor guy. There's there's still a factory or there's still a warehouse somewhere that still has those chips, and someone will find a use for them again. Because that just happens every like 5 years.
Yep. Actually, I'm waiting for the day that somebody is like quietly collecting Google Glass so they can rip them open, pull out the chips, and and harvest them for some other
Yeah.
crazy use, because it turns out that like the PS3 or similar to the PS3, those chips are secretly like really good at one specific thing, and it turns out they're low cost as long as you're harvesting old used models.
Everyone forgot that the TI OMAP 3 actually has 100 TPU neural core in it.
Yes.
So actually it's great for AI. Yeah. Um so okay, so switching topics a little bit, something kind of funny I noticed and wrote up today is advertisements for the Meta Quest 3. So Meta's been doing this very funny thing where they are shipping a ton of VR headsets, and they already had like some mixed reality stuff, especially on the Quest 3, and some very limited productivity in web browsing. It's a web browser and like 4 apps basically. So ever since the Vision Pro came out, and especially since there were a lot of like viral videos of people, use them and being a dork in public and whatever. Um, they've had a pretty concerted advertising push to make the claim of like, you can do that with our thing too. Whether or not that is a thing people want to do, that is the argument they've tried to make. So I wrote an article on my blog a couple months ago about how some of the ads were like kind of stretching what the headsets could actually do. There was one where someone was like packing up for a trip with their like VR headset on and showed them like looking up at a to-do list, and it was a screenshot of Google Keep with the like folder where the screenshot was from open on the other window. So that's kind of how silly this was getting, which is especially dumb because Google Keep is a web app. They could have just opened on the web browser, but whatever, it's fine. So now they're doing another advertising campaign. They've published at least 2 ads. Again, kind of doing a lot of the like Vision Pro stuff. So I don't know if you want to just loop that first video in there, but the first ad is like a person in a like car garage, and they've got like floating windows all around them, and they're moving some of the windows back and forth, and you cannot do that on a Quest headset. You can do that on a Vision Pro. You can take an app and pop it on one wall and go to another room and pop open the app and they'll stay there. Quest doesn't do that. Quest right now has a single like floating view thing that you can move around, and you can put up to 3 apps next to each other. So sort of like split screen on Android, but it's more space. But they all have to stick together. You cannot like take out an app and put it somewhere else. But that's exactly what they're doing in this ad, which feels like the most blatant example of false advertising I've seen so far. And the other one they did, the second ad is almost real. They are doing the apps in like a little 3 column, but then at one point the person in the ad like zooms in on one of the windows to like bring it closer while the other one stays still. It also cannot do that. So you can resize the windows but they're gonna stay like aligned with all the other ones in a row. Nils is showing you how to
I forgot that was a feature.
So yeah, this is very silly. You can really tell that their marketing people got the idea like 6 months ago, like we need to make our thing look like a Vision Pro, and now they have more like fully produced video ads to show that, and that almost makes it worse. I think like it's just lying. Like that's really the end of it. Like the one where the person's like building a little crib and they like move the window back and forth, like that's dumb, but like whatever, it's close enough. But like the first one, it just shows it doesn't do that. It just doesn't do that. I don't know what to do.
So I will give maybe, well, I don't want to give a pass for this because they are lying about what it can do, but I will say before you make your point, the only thing I think here that I would give them a slight pass on is if this ad campaign went live too early and tomorrow they are announcing an update that will do all this. Yes, that's
I don't
close
know
to
if
what
that's happening though. Okay.
I was gonna not say literally tomorrow, but yeah, if the ad campaign was started and it's like, oh crap, we are launching these features, but we haven't announced them yet, or they aren't here yet. Maybe we shouldn't have run this today, or this week or this month, because that does happen. Like I forget what it was, but I think there was something even Google put into an ad that was like a feature that was going to go live in like December or something, and it was in one of their ads and it didn't I maybe it did have text at the bottom, like small print saying that it wasn't live yet, but it was still one of those things. It's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't just outright advertise a thing that people won't even be able to use for multiple months. So companies do that. It happens, and obviously you work out your advertising campaigns maybe a little ahead of time, but either way, it does look bad to have this sort of thing running like that.
Yeah, and what's weird is like they acknowledge like some of the stuff in the tiny text at the bottom. So they say certain features not available on Quest 2. I think in that first one they point out that the full color pass through is not available on Quest 2. And then they say like you need a WhatsApp account because they show the WhatsApp app in these ads as like the whatever they're using to text. But they don't say like the main stuff in the ad is fake. So that's fun. Again, I think this has been the very interesting thing to me with the Vision Pro is not necessarily that the product itself exists, because I think even a lot of people who have that are kind of disappointed by it. I found it very interesting what the effect it's having on everyone else in the space. And for Facebook/Meta, it has been, we need to make it look like it can do everything Apple's thing can do, which is just not true.
Yeah,
like it's, especially when they're very different in terms of like the library, like even all these ads and the earlier ones they did, it's all just like people using the web browser mostly, because that's all that's on there. There's not a whole lot else.
Which is,
and if I was Meta, what I'd be doing right now is running a bunch of ads about how my thing has Beat Saber and Apple's doesn't. It has Beat Saber. It has all the social VR apps. It has all the apps that the kids like.
It has Beat Saber. It has, you can play Alex on it. Do you need more?
With an expensive PC attached, yes.
Well, that's more than you can do with the Vision Pro.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, again, like that's what I like. That's the most impressive difference to me right now is you can go out and buy the Quest 2 for $200, or sometimes it has dropped to like $150, basically nothing, and go play Beat Saber. You can do that, and that's like what most people want out of this experience. Whereas Apple is selling an iPad glued to your face.
Yeah.
So, Neil said I would run ads for how much you can do for the price versus what Apple can do for it. Yeah, and the difficult part there, the difficult thing also is like they're very different. Even though the form factor is the same, and in theory they could have a lot of the same functionality, they just don't. So, like, I can't compare Beat Saber on this versus Beat Saber on the Vision Pro. And like they both have like a web browser, but even that works differently. So those kinds of comparisons would be hard, but I would be like, yeah, it's got a lot of stuff for being very cheap. So anyway, they're being silly. I emailed Meta to ask like, hey, is this like, do you have an explanation for this? I was trying to word it in a way that wasn't like, why are you lying? They haven't emailed me back yet, so we'll see.
What you're saying is you emailed them saying, did you fudge on purpose, or was this just accidental fudging?
Yeah, I was literally like, so is there an update about to happen, or what's the story here, guys? Because I would like the update. I'm just saying this looks cool. If I could do what they're promising you can do, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I would mostly just like the the option to pin the like floating window to my head, so I can walk around my apartment and have the YouTube video going over there. So that'd be cool.
I mean,
if I was
who
Meta,
doesn't want
I
to
would
pin a
run
window
ads.
to their head?
Yeah. Austin said, if I was Meta, I would just run ads of people driving their Tesla while wearing Vision Pro. That's also smart.
Yeah, actually, yeah, for real, that actually would be a really, really smart ad to play, because oh boy, would that it's got the Google Glass vibe to it. Just, a-holes being a-holes being a-holes. Like, everyone else recognizes how bad that would be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when they did one like hastily made like YouTube short a couple months ago of like someone with like a YouTube video open and like fake notes app while they're in the grocery store, and I'm like, you're looking very silly in the grocery store. And also, because the app pinning thing doesn't exist while you're grocery shopping, you need to be constantly dragging along your window like it's like like another shopping cart, basically. They're being very silly, and also just lying to people. That's less fun, but
I mean, you don't know. Maybe they really enjoy lying to people.
I mean, we know they enjoy torturing people, for sure, because they run Facebook.
True.
So anyway, speaking of torturing people, Apple had a thing.
Skipping straight to the Apple.
Yeah, we got it. Well, this is gonna take like 5 hours, right? So we gotta keep the pace going.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, Dub happened. Apple announced all of its stuff. This was very weird to watch. I will say,
No, it just feels weird because there wasn't AI in literally every second of it.
Well, okay, so now, up until about the halfway point, I was like, this is great. I'm enjoying this. And then by the time it was over, I was like, but that is already so much better than my experience watching Google I/O, which was 2 hours of me saying, I want to die. I don't want to watch this anymore. It was so bad. Anyway, so this one, I guess we'll talk about, I guess we'll go kind of roughly in order of what they were talking about, because the earlier stuff there's less to talk about. But they did, let's see, where's the, okay, so here's, I guess we'll go iOS first, maybe.
iOS 18 makes iPhones more personal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got iOS 18, yay. There's, I don't know if this is like a big update or not. Again, like same problem Google has, where like smartphone technology is just kind of plateaued, so it doesn't need to be a crazy redo every year.
Okay, my take on this is a little bit crueler. That what Apple basically just did was, so you know how Android feature drops, not the Pixel feature drops, but the Android feature drops are literally just, here's the stuff that are the notable like app updates for the last month. What Apple just did was basically that, but here's the notable app updates for the last year. Like, a lot of this stuff was really just kind of minor things to the apps. Not to say all of it was minor, but a lot of this was really just kind of trivial stuff. And that's not even getting into what the OS changes are. Like, that's even more minor, as it probably should be. But the apps, it was a lot of really uninteresting stuff.
Yeah, and my number one ask every year has not once again not been answered. Notifications are still bad. Every year I just need Apple just copy Android, like make it as blatant as possible. Preferably Android like Nougat, I would say. That's when I feel like Android notifications peaked, maybe Oreo. Back when we got that really fantastic like maximum screen density where I could see like 20 notifications at once on my little like 5.5 inch smartphone. That really felt like peak computing. It's all been downhill from there.
Well, what I think is maybe particularly funny is like the big narrative this year was look at all. Well, I mean, it's not the first time, but it was a look at all the stuff Apple copied from Google or from Android, because they really did. There was a lot of features that if you're watching closely, it's like, oh yeah, we could do that in 2018, or oh, that was a thing that we got in 2016. That was a thing that we got in 2020. Like, I mean, again, we've seen this before, but it really stood out a lot during this one, that there were things that were just straight like click, copy, paste levels of duplication.
Yeah. Trying to see what else. So I guess I'll just kind of go down their press release. Kind of one of the bigger things is the home screen got a little bit of a revamp. To that Android point, you can now put app icons anywhere on the screen. They don't just have to start from the top left corner. So that's good. We finally got to Android 1.0. Maybe next year we'll get APK side loading. We'll see.
Yeah, right.
They also have like icon colors, so they will like force icon or a color palette on your icons that can match the wallpaper or be a user selected style. I've seen a couple people talk about the fact that like Apple is like forcing this, whereas when Google did this initially, however many years ago, it's been very slow adoption because they are making the app developers create I guess like monochrome app icons might not be the right word, but like simpler versions that can be colored in by the system. So Apple's just like, no, everything's colored in. So that's kind of interesting, especially when Apple is usually the one that makes devs do more work. But yeah,
I think they realize they're never going to get that. Like, it's too big of a task, especially when so many of the apps, if we're being really honest about it, like so many of the app developers, they paid some company out there a fairly sizable amount of money to make a styled icon for them. And Apple is pressured, or kind of put those companies in positions of having to go back a few times to get like various updates or changes to their icons, which you can do so many times, but if they keep asking for like, please give us yet another type of asset, another change, another this, another that, at a certain point I think they know they weren't going to get it. And this could have been one of those straw that broke the camel's back situations. I'd say if they were smart, what they should be doing is adding sort of a like, here's what we do to your icon by default, but if you supply the assets, we'll use your assets instead. That way, if anything doesn't work,
it works.
I don't know if it does or not. I haven't seen any developers details to explain it, but
I think that's how it works, but I've also not 100% verified. But they should have just made a first party icon pack and only allowed developers to submit icons. Well, actually, like system wide icon pack would be pretty cool.
Sort of, yeah.
That was very fun on Android like 8 years ago. Good times. So they got home screen changes. They updated the control center. I really don't like the control center on iOS, and this feels like it's worse now. Um, like this seems like an issue to me with iOS that's getting worse. Is that there's not a very clear like dividing line between what is supposed to be on the home screen, what is the notification panel supposed to do, what is the lock screen supposed to do, what is the control center supposed to do. Like I look at the control panel and to me it looks like, oh, they're like a bunch of little widgets now. So why do I put widgets here? Do I put widgets on the home screen? Why is the lock screen and notification panel functioning identical? I don't need to see a giant clock when I want to see my notification. So it feels to me that problem is getting worse. No, control center is better now. I mean, it might be once I get to using it, but it feels very weird to me. Like now it's sort of like a widget panel that's easily accessible, but that's also kind of what the home screen is supposed to be. And also on iPad OS, it has the thing where you can swipe in from, I think it's the left corner, and you get like little like widget area over there. So also Mac OS has that. Mac OS has widgets on the like notification bar thing. So
And you can put them on the desktop.
yeah, so like it doesn't. It kind of just feels like you can put anything wherever, and it's just so I don't know. Maybe that's fine. Maybe I'm just being weird, but I would really prefer just Google copying Android in all these ways. But yeah, so that the control center, they're updating the lock screen so you can change what the little two shortcuts at the bottom are for. That's kind of cool. The Photos app got like almost a complete redesign. I don't really use the Photos app because I do backups in OneDrive. So most of my organization is in there. I've seen divisive opinions on my home timelines about the Photos app, but I cannot really comment myself. They're trying to do a very different design here.
I mean, just from watching the presentation, what I got out of it was a fairly straightforward. It looks like they're trying to pack things in a different way, but not actually a way that's particularly clever or working better.
Yeah, I mean the Photos app. Again, this is another of those weird things with mobile devices where it's like the Photos app also kind of needs to be like the main file manager because most of the files you're dealing with are photos on a phone. So it needs to be able to be useful for a lot of very different use cases, and I don't really envy trying to design something around that. Mm-hmm. And also the Photos app, again, because it's useful for a bunch of different stuff. It's probably one of the most used apps on most iPhones, I would assume. So people are going to have strong opinions about this regardless. So I don't know. Again, I haven't used it myself. I don't use the Photos app much, so I don't particularly care if it gets a redesign. But they also talked about some stuff with iMessage. You can, just a bunch of little stuff, really. You can schedule messages now. You can't schedule messages to SMS, though. Only iMessage, which is very funny.
Yeah.
You can do, like, you can react with, like, any emojis and not just the ones that, like, Apple pre-selected. There's like text formatting and animations now, which I saw that and I was like, Allo's back, baby. We did it. I was like, this is exactly what I remember from Google in like 2016, whenever that I/O was, when they were like on stage and showing how you could make the words big in your text message. And
you can yell or whisper.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, that ended up being like the one kind of interesting thing with Allo. Like, it maybe wasn't good, But I thought that part at least was like, oh, sure. I haven't really seen this before. Um,
I don't think anyone was ever complaining about that feature
no.
look, don't get me wrong. I think that feature was kind of begging for people to use sort of abusively, but at least people did like it. A lot of people did like it, so fine. The problems with Allo had nothing to do with that, though.
No, yeah, it was just entirely the weird everything else happening. Um, and they also RCS. It now works with RCS. Apple, of course, did not say this on stage. Does not want to admit it to this. It is in the press release. They say when messaging contacts who do not have an Apple device, the Messages app now supports RCS for richer media and more reliable group messaging compared to SMS and MMS. I haven't seen anyone try this yet, so I don't know if there's like a weird catch somewhere with this. I do know that the RCS messages still appear as blue bubbles, or
As green.
green. I'm sorry, green is the other way around. So there's still a classism in your messaging app that will not go away. But I wasn't really expecting them to ever do that because they do have to functionally, make it clear what is an iMessage, because iMessage does have different features and security standards, and that's kind of important. They could probably do something about it being used as a weird status symbol, but anyway, so still green bubble. Sorry, I'm not being weird about it though, so it's up to everyone else to stop being weird. You can text
shall
me
all
with,
refuse.
yeah, you can text me with green bubbles. It's okay. I won't yell at you because I'm not 12. So also the other thing here, besides getting excited to see Allo again with the iMessage segment, was they implemented texting over satellite. So the satellite SOS stuff, you can now send text messages and tapbacks and emoji over satellite, and they say it will be relayed over iMessage and SMS. And they have a little note there. Let me see what they say. SMS availability will depend on carrier. Carrier fees may apply. I don't know if that's just like your phone plan needs to have texting or if there's some other thing there. But regardless, that's pretty cool. I don't think anyone else has implemented that on a real device. I don't know. This is the thing Qualcomm was talking about over and over again with their partnership with, I think it was Iridium. But then that fell apart before any smartphone OEM implemented it. So I've not seen this on a phone before. I do know that like Xiaomi or someone was trying to do satellite functionality, so maybe one of them figured this out. But and also you could do this with like dedicated devices and stuff, but this is on a normal iPhone.
Yeah, so it's certainly a good move. It's going to, it looks good for them to get like regular messaging working over satellite. I have a feeling that this is probably about as far as it goes, though.
Yeah.
And until we magically have some massively more capable technology, you're not going to be able to do much more than this. So, congrats to them for basically hitting the limit or hitting the practical limit.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe
it is funny how Android, like, this was the big talking point for a few months. Everyone was like, oh, Google's working on this, Samsung's working on this, Qualcomm, obviously. Like, everybody was supposedly working on this, and then it just kind of got forgotten, and I haven't heard it mentioned in forever.
Well, one of the big things with the Android 15 betas is that there's like lower level OS support for satellite connectivity, but yeah, like we haven't seen a phone with this yet. Hoopy said, supposedly SpaceX has unmodified Android phones talking to satellite over LTE. Yeah, that is the partnership that T-Mobile is doing with SpaceX that uses SpaceX's whatever their satellite network is in orbit.
Well, the low orbit
Starlink.
yeah.
Yeah, the Starlinks. So we already knew that was happening, but that hasn't rolled out at all yet. I know we were waiting on like that functionality required the newer Starlink satellites, and I think they just recently started shooting those up into space. So maybe sometime soon we'll get that. But yeah, that'll be interesting. But again, Apple's kind of got there first, so that's cool. I did use the satellite SOS once, so that was kind of cool. I was at a like nature reserve thing with a friend, and it was just big enough, and there were no cell towers inside it. That parts of it I did lose cell connectivity completely, so I did get to do the update my find my location over satellite. I was like, oh, this is cool, and then like 5 minutes later, I was back in cell range. But so I know my mom really appreciated having my location in that 5 minute gap where I didn't have cell signal. So, so yeah, iMessage stuff. The email app got some stuff. They have like Gmail style category filters, which is kind of interesting. Like there's buttons for switching between like primary emails and like shopping and alerts and stuff. Again, normal like Gmail stuff, but the Apple Mail app kind of is still lagging behind those services. And Safari got some updates. It got some better reader mode stuff. The passwords apps. This was a thing that was rumored. I say rumored. It was Mark Gurman writing an article, which is that's the rumors now.
Yeah.
He said it would happen, and it did happen. So Apple has now upgraded its like iCloud keychain syncing to just be a password manager. So it has the same passwords as before, but now you can store more data in it. You can more easily edit those passwords. They'll sync on all Apple devices, and they said it syncs with the iCloud app on Windows. So there's still no Android client or extensions for most web browsers, as far as I know. So Apple's password manager isn't really a competitor for like 1Password or whatever, unless you're only on Apple devices and you don't intend on ever using other stuff, which is some people, but it's the opposite of me. So I won't be using this.
Right.
But it does do passwords, passkeys, Wi-Fi passwords, and two-factor codes. You could use this in the place of like Authy or Google Authenticator if you wanted, which is cool. So, and that's all free for Apple stuff, so that's good.
So the one thing I do kind of wonder about with this, and I doubt I'm really going to try it or test it anytime soon, is Keychain. It has sort of famously been a managerial mess, historically speaking. Lots of stuff gets dumped in here, and things that are accessing it via the API kind of hide how messy it tends to get. But if you're kind of peeking into it, you might not necessarily see it if you're just searching for something and whatever. I do wonder if that's going to show through a little bit more if it's actually used as a straightforward like password app. Any longtime users are probably going to have a absolute metric crap ton of stuff in here, and a lot of it is probably not going to look nearly as neat or tidy as all of their perfect screenshots make it look, unless they're kind of writing stuff to help cover that up.
Corbin doesn't realize his location pings go straight to Valnet HQ. They might. I don't know. I I logged into my work email on my phone, so anything's possible, I guess.
Okay, the truth is Corbin does realize this and he's okay with it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, they already know where I live.
And
So
since you don't leave,
that's true. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not. What am I giving up here?
yeah, they actually do know where you are at all times.
They know when I'm sitting in the McDonald's drive-thru waiting for my lunch. That's about it. So they've got some
Actually,
other privacy
I think you're
stuff.
giving Emaki a little too much credit there.
Oh.
Inside joke.
So they've got some other security stuff. Do, 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 do. I guess that's it until we get to the AI stuff. So I guess that's iOS 18. Again, I want better notifications. I'd like I want better notifications. I want the Files app on both iPhone and iPad to stop being bad. There's a lot of other stuff I would like here, but I guess this is cool. I don't know. Not really what I wanted, but also my phone is mostly fine the way it is, so whatever.
Yeah. Okay, couple of quick notes that do come at the end. I don't think that these were particularly important or special, but they added game mode. And yeah, I mean, okay, it's basically the same game mode that's like Samsung phones have had for a while, where it promises more consistent and faster frame rates. It's I guess they're enhancing AirPods and game controllers to be a little more responsive and a little more like positionally aware. Let's see, stuff with Apple Maps, Apple Pay. I don't remember those being too interesting. Share Play with Apple Music. Hey, here was the HomePod mention that was requested. Yeah, a lot of the rest of that. Okay. Yeah, I think almost all the rest of this stuff was AI related. Or it's like little nitpicky details that I think Apple didn't really care enough to bother highlighting. So yeah, that's iOS. At least for now. I suppose we might get a few more things at the iOS event later this year. Or sorry, at the iPhone event later this year. But for now, I kind of have a feeling this is about the biggest stuff that's going to come in iOS itself. So which topic shall we hit next? Let's just quickly acknowledge Apple Vision Pro is coming to more countries starting June 28th. So that means that the overstock that they could not sell, they want to find new potential buyers for. So yay for Apple, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we can go to iPad real quick because this is gonna be real short, and I wanna laugh about it. So this was the funniest part of the presentation for me because I've increasingly followed a lot of like not intentionally, but I've followed a lot more people on the socials who try to use iPads as their main computers or just talk about this a lot more than I was previously exposed to. And the entire discourse with the new iPad Pro was like every single year this gets louder of Apple making a new iPad with like crazy hardware, but the software isn't caught up to it or like can't take advantage of that hardware. That happens every time, but it feels like it gets maybe because I'm more exposed to it now, but it seems like it gets louder and more justifiably ridiculous every year. And this one was especially funny because the new iPad Pro is the first Apple device with the M4 chips. This is their absolute best base chip obviously not better than the Pros, whatever, but like this should be like a real computer. We need to stop playing around, like actually make it a more usable computer, Apple. And I laughed a lot, completely alone in my apartment, when they got to the iPad segment, and the very first thing they talked about was that they redid the animations again. That was the funniest part of this entire thing. I could hear in my mind the screams of all the iPad stands who are begging for this to have basic functionality. And the first thing Apple talks about is the thing they no one was asked them to do again. It was fine. The animations on the iPad are fine. You don't need to do it again. But they redid it again. So that was very funny to me. Um, and then they got to kind of some the other thing that was very funny is the iPad finally has a calculator app. This was the joke for years. Apple just didn't have the calculator app from the iPhone on the iPad. Didn't really know why. Rest in peace, all those devs making calculator HD apps. They finally got shear locked. Now they sort of use this as an excuse to make the calculator app, I guess, take advantage of the form factor better. So they did add a mode where you can like draw out equations like you're writing math on paper, and it can do some basic calculations based on your handwriting, to the point where you can even write like where variables should go and define the variables elsewhere, and they'll auto update. So it's like a visual, like very basic visual version of like Excel, which seems cool. That's not really anything I would ever do, but maybe some people want that. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like a little bit of like Wolfram Alpha, sort of showing you how to do equations. So yeah, kind of interesting, and it's just a normal calculator. So if you don't want to do the drawing stuff, there's just a normal calculator. And also all of that math stuff is in the Notes app now, so you can do some math stuff in Notes. That's neat. They also showed some. Oh, good.
They also highlighted that things that you write both apps, as you write them, it uses big magical tricks in order to simulate your handwriting and clean it up, fix your spelling and stuff like that. Which I'll give them this. At least the demos look really good. I think I have a feeling that this, like, working with this stuff is actually going to require a level of skill that you need to practice at, because it actually doesn't look as simple or intuitive as they kind of make it out to be.
Yeah, I didn't get. I want to be. This is another part where I feel really disconnected, and it might just be that I'm not the target audience for this whatsoever, because I don't really do like handwritten note stuff. But I really don't understand the focus on making like your quick notes looking like as amazing as possible. Like that's the part where I'm like, but it's notes. Like you're making notes for yourself, right? Like if you needed to be presentable, presumably you would be putting it in a different format after you have written the notes. But I don't know, maybe there's an entire industry of people hooking up their iPads to projectors at the boardroom conference and just showing their notes app. I don't know.
Corbin,
Mm-hmm.
there is in fact an industry that definitely wants and needs this. It's an industry called college students. Because trust me, if you've ever sat in a physics class where a teacher is like back to the class writing equations and drawing whatever on the board, and you're sitting there like, okay, we have to copy down the notes because they won't just give us the damn notes.
Right.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
this
I've
brings me back to actual like almost traumatic hate for how much handwriting I had to do during certain classes because it was just pure copy, copy, copy. Write it into your own notebook, and if you miss something,
yeah.
too bad. Like
I mean, like
this happens.
yeah. I mean, like I've been there, but like the notes are like for me, like they show like uh they find a typo in like a word you wrote and they fix it, but it's like, but I'm the only one who's seen. Does it matter that it has a typo because they're just quick notes? Like, I guess if you're sharing notes, maybe, but like even I don't know. I guess I can see it in the context of like the teacher has the iPad and they're writing notes and like projecting it or something, but I don't. They would probably have a different tool.
I see that as more of a why not.
I guess. Like I
Um,
think that's what Hoopy said. Like they made this and they were like, what do we do with it? Because this is we'll get to it, but this is one of the Apple Intelligence features.
yeah.
Um, so it uses some local generative AI stuff.
Oh, we don't know that it's generative AI. We
Yeah,
just know
it's
it's
some yeah machine learning mumbo
yeah.
jumbo. Um, so yeah, they got the calculator, they got the notes. The rest of it is basically just the iOS 18 update. So this is the stark difference that was so funny to me is like this is more so than previous years, perhaps. I would be open to arguments against this, but perhaps this is the year where Apple really needed to deliver functional software upgrades to the iPad so it's not just a big iPhone anymore. And they absolutely did not do that. The list of changes in iPad OS is so minuscule, it does not matter. Um, I haven't checked in on the iPad stands. I saw some like quick reactions in my Mastodon feed. They were not happy. Um, I would not be happy either if I had once again been fooled by Apple into buying the $2,000 iPad Pro and being like, they're gonna update it this year, right? Like no, sorry, you gotta go return that and buy a MacBook Air. I don't know what to tell you.
This is starting to remind me a little bit too much of the two different storage sizes on an Apple TV. For anybody who doesn't remember this, and I think it might actually still be this way. You can buy, or at least could buy, the more recent versions of Apple TV, but there were two different storage capacities, and there it literally has been just people keep asking why are there, because the base capacity would hold so many apps. And okay, maybe if you're buying for games, which when they first introduced Apple TV wasn't really a thing, and even now it's not a very good thing. Maybe you would want more capacity, but for the most part, it doesn't make any sense. So why even have a larger capacity if it's effectively unusable? Because you can't really load movies on there. You would just have the apps and streaming capacity or streaming capability. So yeah, storage space is kind of irrelevant. That's a little bit how the iPad Pro feels at this point. Is you're not going to use all the power that's in there. Why even have that high end model? Why not just buy like you as a customer? You should just buy one of the lower tier models because you're going to save money and get the exact same experience or close enough.
Yeah, and like there's just so many things that are missing, and it's not, you know, you can have this discussion to an extent with like every platform that is not Windows, where you can be like, oh, it's missing this very basic thing that like computers had 40 years ago. You know, why can't I read my, you know, 3.25 inch floppy disk with my iPad Pro? Um, but there's like a lot of stuff that like I would consider kind of important to have for like not even really edge cases, just like kind of what it needs to do. Like you still can't have another web browser that has like real browser extensions. You get Safari and you get Safari extensions, which are not really comparable to what you get on desktop, and then you get Safari skins with like slightly differing features. Um, so there's still not really like a desktop web browser on these things. Well, Safari is like better than it was a couple years ago, but still, like it's not perfect for everything. Um, still can't really install your own software. Still can't write software at all.
No.
Well, if you're
It,
Swift, I don't know.
yeah, Swift Playgrounds lets you do not not everything, but at this stage, you can actually make pretty legitimate apps in there. It definitely still deeply limited, but you could produce a real app there.
Yeah, see, like running software, not a lot of options. From what I hear, the Files app is still a hot mess. I fortunately have not had to use it that much, but I've seen a lot of horror stories about people like trying to copy a big file and it just goes away. Don't know where it went. There was an error. Don't know what happened. My go-to example is iPad still cannot format a flash drive. Um, so if you get a new flash drive and plug it into that nice USB-C port on your new iPad, it's staying FAT32 or whatever the default format was. Hope you have another computer to format that as something else if you need to. And like again, like just no.
Can they not work with?
No, they can. Yeah. You can read like FAT drive. I think it supports the same file systems as Mac OS.
Okay. Yeah. Then not really an issue anyway.
Well,
I mean, yes. AFS would be the ideal here, but
or if you just need to wipe it.
APFS. Yeah, it's got to be
you need
APFS.
To wipe it or partition it or recover whatever.
Well, hopefully you're not partitioning your flash drive or your your thumb drives. If it's okay, if it's like an actual SSD, different story. But it's anyone who's partitioning their like thumb drives, seek help.
I mean, I've done that, but it was for stupid reasons. So yeah, like there's a lot of things that are like niche where I'm like, sure, I can see why most people don't care. But there's also a lot of reasons like the Files app being real bad. They're like, that's kind of really basic stuff here. Like, I don't know. It's not good. My iPad is not really useful. I did try to use my iPad for normal laptop stuff. It was painful, mostly because I have the 11-inch iPad and I need more space than that to do my job. So if I got the 13-inch one, I could technically do my job, but then I also couldn't work on any of my software projects unless I spin up a a server somewhere with like VS Code on it that I can remote into, and all these other workarounds. So I don't know. That was the iPad part, which was very funny to me because they made apps. It doesn't seem like they made anyone happy, and probably made them more upset. So well done, Apple. Really justifying the iPad Pro lineup.
Oh well, they don't know yet what they're doing with it.
I mean, if I had infinite money, I would buy an iPad Pro because the AMOLED screen on the new one does look very nice. I would like that for movies in bed. Not at that price or anywhere close. Because literally that's what it'd be useful for. I don't want to do my job on an iPad. It would be much more painful and make me sad.
Yeah.
So iPad stuff, there was a couple of Watch stuff, but I really don't care. It was just like updates to the apps. They have a new Photos watch face that kind of looks like the depth lock screens on like iPhone. It's like, I guess that's cool, but I don't really care. They redid the Watch OS last year, so it's fine. You don't need to do that again.
Well, and in general, I think outside of like creating a few new services that they can try to push, the watch. I think they're in. I don't want to call it maintenance mode, but more of a let's let it rest mode. Because when they need the watch, when they need to trot out more interesting things for the watch, they'll do it. In the meantime, why build more? You're not going to win more customers with with any other small enhancements. So you might as well tinker with it behind the scenes and try to come up with something more effective for the future.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's never really been a point with Apple Watch where I'm like, man, I wish it did this thing. It's fine. I use it for notifications and tracking when I go for walks outside, which are both things that I could do with Android Wear 10 years ago, and they're still fine now. So I'm good. I'm a happy camper. So yeah, watch stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that the iPad part was very disappointing for other people who spent too much money on iPads. The Vision Pro part, if you spend even more money on Apple's iPad on your face, I would be even more disappointed if I had done that, because Vision OS 2, partially by being virtue of like having a much more limited dev cycle than all of the other updates, because the Vision 1 was like February or something. This is very, very minor update.
Yeah, in a small way, I kind of disagree with giving them a pass, though, because I think that everything that they did for the February release, I think that a lot of that stuff probably would have been in a relatively really giant air quote way. I think that was all stable at that time. And by that I mean, I think they came up with their sort of target. Like, they had probably been experimenting with and had ideas for other things, and they probably had a big like, all right, we don't care what you're working on, save it, but here's what we're going to have for the actual like physical launch. And then probably like, obviously they did some bug fixing and maintenance after that, but there's a certain point where a whole lot of those projects would have come back out of the freezer. They would have thawed them off and like quickly iterated a lot of features. At least that would logically be the case, but that's not what happened. They definitely came in with a very, very underwhelming version 2.
Yeah, and there was yeah, like a lot of this definitely felt like things they probably had like halfway done 6 months ago, and they're like, we gotta ship this later. So they have some new gestures for interacting with the menus. They have a much bigger Mac virtual display, so if you have a Mac nearby and you want to use a virtual display, it can now be enormous. I think Apple said like it's like 2 4K monitors side by side is how they described it. There's a lot of new APIs for like apps to do stuff. I think I saw somewhere on Mastodon, it was pointed out that apps, the object tracking for apps now works at 90 hertz, and I think it was at like 30 or something before. So a lot of the apps and games that need to respond to your hand tracking are much more responsive now. Just a lot of like little stuff. It's not really addressing any of the issues with the Vision Pro. I don't know if anyone like
Uh,
you can't address the price issue for a while. So
yeah.
that's I wasn't expecting like that to happen, but this is still iPad on your face with some mixed reality apps, and that part has not really changed either.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I will slightly argue that I think object tracking being faster actually is a pretty big uh developer win, because it's not that there were a lot of complaints about it, but I I got the impression that there were a few, um, at least a few things in software that weren't really working very well without better object tracking, and presumably that will fix and clean up the experience for at least a lot of developer projects and a lot of what Apple's got built in. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like they'll have the potential. Let's say.
Hoopy said, Malay from The Verge said after the keynote, a Vision Pro believer he knows was distraught and came away thinking it's basically abandoned, which is
Oof.
silly but goes to show how delusional, quote unquote, real Vision Pro buyers are. I mean,
Okay, are we sure that this isn't someone who used to be a Google user? I mean,
this is the guy who bought the Google Glass 10 years ago. He's like, I've been done again.
yeah.
He keeps just perpetually buying the wrong platform. He also was a big Palm guy.
Oh man.
He
No,
he
Firefox phone.
his yeah, his favorite phone was the Palm Pre, and then he bought a BlackBerry Playbook as his tablet.
I mean, at that point,
his
may as well have gotten a BlackBerry, or a BlackBerry 10 phone,
that was equally
or
abandoned.
or the Storm, the BlackBerry Storm and Storm 2.
Mhm.
Oof, those were dark
That would
years.
that would be that would be a very fun article actually of like what's the worst possible like phones or tablets you could have bought in terms of like support throughout history or at least past decade or so.
Honestly,
Uh,
you know what? Do that. I genuinely,
okay,
that look. No offense, I don't read a lot of How to Geek, but
that's fine.
I will genuinely read that because that actually sounds really fun.
All right.
Just,
Well, I don't have my pen, but all
just
right.
the
Well,
most,
if anyone,
the most cursed series of relatively high-profile devices. It you wouldn't want
yeah,
to, make a big deal out of like Microsoft's Kin, because
yeah, Austin, yeah, because no one bought that, so like I don't know if it
yeah.
like ideally this would be something that was around for a couple years, but I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Um,
I'll think on it, but
Well,
like definitely,
the kin was basically almost unadvertised. Like you'd have to know exactly where to look.
yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm sure they had to have sold them in some store somewhere, but like it was abandoned like a few weeks later.
yeah. It died quick. Yeah, Hoopy said, to be honest, the Fire Phone and Vision Pro aren't that different. Fire Phone would be, I think that'd be a contender.
Yeah.
Because that was like a weird new platform thing that was killed off pretty quick. Okay, yeah, I'll workshop that, but um, yeah,
That or maybe not How to Geek, but that could make kind of a fun goof around episode of Tech Tales. So instead of
mhm,
going deep dive into something, do instead like, all right, if you want to hear the episodes about this thing, or this thing, we've done those already, and we might come back and do some of these others. But in the meantime, let's just talk about how cursed your life would be if you were the person who did this.
Hoopy, your comment is very funny. Talking about the Fire Phone you saw at a Sprint store. Just keep naming things that don't exist anymore.
Wait, was the Fire Phone ever on Sprint? I thought it was just AT&T. Am I wrong in that?
uh,
I swear I remember that being just an AT&T thing.
I I don't. If you had asked me, I would assume it was never at any carrier, and Amazon just sold it direct. But I guess they did. That's very funny. Not tech, but it was in a store in a now dead mall. Okay. I mean, maybe.
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, Vision Pro's not really changed. I I'd still like one again if I had infinite money, but
Well,
I don't. So
I will say, because, and I've said this too many times now, the thing I would have wanted most out of the Vision Pro is very literally, it's what's on screen right now. It's the super ultra wide Mac virtual display. And I know that there's no conceivable way where it's worth spending the amount of money that a Vision Pro costs just so you can have this. So, it's not like I would do it, but this is the feature I think they needed to have. So I actually am kind of, I won't go so far as to say that this is good enough, but it is the feature. Like, this is what I think they needed to have. And so that's kind of good. That's it.
Yeah, it's so funny to me, especially because Vision OS is just like slightly different iPad OS. Like, if they addressed all the issues with iPad, that would carry over to this. But
yes,
they haven't done it there, so it hasn't happened here. So
yeah, that is kind of a weird waterfall effect that they have going on, where the more the iPad kind of goes stagnant, the more Vision OS kind of as a casualty also sits semi-stagnant.
Yeah, like you'd think this would be the time when they'd be like, all right, we need to actually get iPad OS good, because now it has to sustain 2 product lines. Well, the Vision Pro and like the 3 iPad product lines that exist now. Granted, those all sort of cannibalize each other, but I don't know. You'd think they'd do more there, but they don't. I don't know what they're spending their $1 trillion market cap on. Maybe GPUs to train Apple Intelligence.
They're spending on lawyers and lobbyists.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Please help me budget. My family is dying. I've spent $500 billion trying to keep people from sideloading applications.
Yes.
So anyway, very funny.
But I will also throw in, it is a weird thing now that iPad OS and Vision OS are both feeling like stagnant products, and of all things, Mac OS doesn't. I'm not saying that Mac OS is necessarily in the highest space, because iPhone still obviously takes the cake, but Mac OS honestly feels like it got a lot more attention this year and over the last few years, way more than iPad. At this stage, I'm almost starting to wonder if maybe, is it possible Apple's actually making more off of Mac OS than they are iPad? I haven't listened to earnings calls for this, but I'm kind of starting to wonder.
I don't know. They did say recently that the MacBook was like the best selling like laptop range in the world, but again, like we talked about that, like that makes sense when everyone else splits up their product lines.
Yeah, so Apple's SKUs all get counted together, and anytime they talk about competitive, or they compare it to a competitor, it's like, well, the whatever size of the competitor only sold this percent, and the whatever size from that same competitor that is basically identical but a larger screen, it sold this percent, and it's like, that's cheating, guys.
Yeah, that's like if we had the car industry and nothing was different except Ford made one car called Car.
Yeah.
And then they could be like, we sold the most car. It's like, yeah, technically, yeah.
So yeah, Apple has been known to cheat a lot. Really, you want a Ford? Okay.
No,
Yes, that was my takeaway from that.
no. Americans unfortunately forgot how to build cars at some point. Well, also everything else, but we used to do that kind of okay. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I would necessarily agree. Like, macOS got like a lot of attention the past couple of years because I remember the thing I was most excited for in the last major update was the weather app being on my Mac now.
Yeah.
But like again, like it's mostly fine. I don't really want like the things I would really want are like I complained about this in a article recently, I think on How to Geek. There's just like I need a new boot camp. That's like one of my main things right now. Like I maybe that means like Apple makes a virtual machine app or something if they can't get like old dual boot working or something. Like they need something there because I hate all of the current options. Um, Once again, I do not get what I want. Same thing as iOS, but there is a couple things. This is a very interesting year if you are specifically a Mac owner with an iPhone. If you don't have an iPhone, there's not a lot here for you. Sorry, Cody.
Okay, really quick, I'm gonna just cut you off. Austin shared a link to a page that on the site it just happens to show the breakdown of the breakdown that Apple gives during its earning calls to indicate like basically how performant each group is. So of course the iPhone is responsible for like a fraction over 50% of their earnings, which shocker. Their services makes up 26.3%, which that kind of reconfirms something that I said in chat a day or so ago. Yeah, Apple has shifted a lot of their focus towards services. It's still not beating their hardware sales, not even close, but it's a way larger portion than it was a few years ago. Then we get down to the single-digit percentages, where in the lead is wearables, home and accessories, basically all their other stuff, which combined adds up to 8.7%. Then we get down to Mac and iPad. Mac makes up 8.2% and iPad is 6.1%. So Mac is in fact beating iPad, which it used to be closer. In fact, at one point in history, iPad was definitely blowing Mac out of the water.
Well, this is for. Is this exclusively for quarter one? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, 2024 quarter one. Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's a weird compare. Yeah, because this was at the point where there not been a new iPad for like 2 years, so
okay.
the numbers are the numbers are gonna be weird, like whatever timeline you look at. So
yeah,
there's an argument.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that. Though they do have the previous numbers in there too. I don't know if that's previous is in 2023's Q1 or if that's like 2023 Q4. Whatever it is, like either way, Mac is still winning. And I have a feeling that if we look, it's probably been this way for a while. In part, yes, for exactly the reason you said. They haven't been introducing new iPads and any particularly good cadence, and the iPads they are introducing honestly aren't really big upgrades over previous iterations.
I was about to say that, like, I had this discussion at work like 2 weeks ago where just like basically everyone with an iPad is like, yeah, I bought an iPad like 4 or 5 years ago and it's fine. I don't need to upgrade it.
Yeah, it's been
whereas
so
there's a very big difference if you go 4 years without upgrading a Mac. If you'd still be on the Intel Macs.
So at this stage, you're very, very likely to care about which Mac you have. And there's a lot of people doing upgrades every year because obviously, yes, their old Intels have kind of paced out. Because the last Intel Macs that came out were not even the newest Intel chips when they came out. They were kind of dated then. And then, yeah, obviously the switch to M1 and subsequent models Like that's been pretty significant. I wouldn't say in most cases you've got much reason to upgrade from an M1 to anything more recent. Maybe getting a bigger M chip, like going from a base model to a Pro, Max, or Ultra.
No, I'm rocking my M1 Mini right now with it is upgraded. It does have the 16 gig RAM or the 12 gig, whatever the
16.
Other, yeah.
As it
And
should. As every single
I've
one
got
of them should.
I've got, this call going. I've got a bunch of tabs open. I've got all my, big chunky Electron apps running in the background. I'm like, right now I'm 17% CPU usage. Like it doesn't matter. I have never, the only time I max this computer out is when I'm like encoding video or audio. And that's the point where I leave it alone for 20 minutes and go do something else. It's not like limiting my productivity or anything.
Just for giggles, I will quickly acknowledge that I'm sitting here. Granted, this is with an M1 Max, so a little bit different. But I'm floating at a pretty steady. It's about it's the highest point is hitting about 25%. Oh well, okay, I went a little above that, but yeah, I'm hitting about 25%, and that is with this call. OBS is actually running obviously like the video compression and transmitting it, and plus the window captures, multiple window captures. Plus I have, all right, I know I'm about to trigger a couple people when I say this. I have 296 Chrome tabs open. All right, everyone, get it out of your system. Just say it now.
Get help. I can't find help, Cody.
Actually,
you're embarrassing me in front of
now
my
that I
friend.
think about it, that's also technically wrong. It should actually be 298 because I have two tabs open that are under a different profile. Okay. So, oh yeah, plus
and like 90% of those are asleep. So
yes, most of it obviously is asleep. Though notably, I do also have Microsoft Edge open, WaterFox. So yes, there are 3 browsers currently open.
Yeah, I've got Firefox, but I do the Google Meet calls in Safari because Firefox has a weird like laggy video issue.
Yeah. And the 2 worst offenders. I actually, you know what? Are they? Hold on. I need to check. Are these the worst offenders on? All right, they're not showing up in the top list, but I also happen to have Slack and Discord apps open.
Yeah, those are beasts. I love my messaging application using a gig of RAM. That's normal. So yeah, okay. So
I feel Austin's contempt.
Yeah, we got the only way to fix this is by bullying Cody. That's not acceptable.
Good luck. No offense, but better people have tried.
So macOS Sequoia is also pretty. Oh, and also, I'm sorry. Austin said he put the full chart for that in the RambleCast Discord, and it does look like Mac and iPad have kind of traded places over time, which does make sense because that part where they were selling more iPads, that was when the iPad was getting more substantial improvements year after year, and when Macs were very
iterative,
very standstill.
And yeah, there was no denying at one point in time, like the iPad was Apple's hot new thing. Frankly, I wouldn't say it was cannibalizing the iPhone or anything, but you could tell, like you could watch presentations. Apple did whole presentations dedicated to the iPad and new things in the software for the iPad. That was a big deal. They really pushed it. Um, and yeah, now like it, you can tell they just don't care that much about the iPad anymore. It's uninteresting to them. So yeah,
Yeah, it's peaked in the same way Max had peaked in like early in that graph, like 2014, 2015. That was rough. It's also when they kept making laptops with keyboards that fell apart if you looked at them the wrong way.
no, you literally didn't even have to look at them the wrong way. You just had to leave them in a room with a little bit of dust in the air.
Yeah.
You all of a sudden broken, needs a new motherboard
Yeah.
because the motherboard and keyboard are effing attached. Oh my god, I'll
Good
never
times.
get past the stupidity of that. It's like having a mouse you have to turn upside down to charge.
Yeah. So the again, this is a Mac OS update that is very cool if you have both iPhone and Mac, which was a little bit true last year, but not to this extent. So kind of one of the main flagship features is iPhone mirroring. So the thing that Google has been building up with Chrome OS and Android, and the thing you can kind of sort of do with a Windows PC and like Samsung phones and a couple other OEMs Android phones. Except Apple seems like they did it better than everyone else, because again they fully control everything in this environment. So you can mirror your. So they have a thing where I hope that this part is optional. You can have your iPhone notifications go to your Mac, and then when you click that notification, it will open your iPhone screen on your desktop and do whatever the app was supposed to do. But your iPhone is a little window in your Mac, and it fully supports like input pass through, so you can click around in it. It works with, you can type on your keyboard and it kind of treats it like a USB key. I don't know. I guess the keyboard doesn't show up on the screen. I don't know if they showed that or not. But they said the keyboard, trackpad, and mouse on Mac also let a user interact with their iPhone, and audio even comes through. And they show that this works while an iPhone is like locked and like in another room. Like it doesn't even need to necessarily be right next to the Mac. So that's pretty cool. I do hope that again, I wonder if the notification stuff like that needs to be on, because I really don't want that. I don't want my phone, especially because I have like 90% of the same apps installed on my Mac and my phone, so I would just get duplicate notifications a lot. That was also that I remember when I used like Pushbullet like 10 years ago. There weren't any desktop apps that did notifications on my computer. So yeah, I wanted my phone alerts on there because there wasn't an alternative. But Macs actually have desktop software, if you can believe it, and a lot of those do notifications. So yeah, Carson said Chrome OS has this first. Yeah, Chrome OS has this. You can get this with the Your Phone thing on Windows 10 and Windows 11 if you have a compatible Android phone. There's also been a lot of third-party apps to do this on Windows and Linux and Mac. I forget the name of it, but there was an app that was basically this for iPhones, and they were like, "Yeah, we got Sherlock this year, guys." I was like, "Yeah, that sucks." There's always a victim every year. Last year was all the journal apps, and now it's the screen mirroring apps. So, yeah, this seems cool. I would kind of be curious to see what the like screen recording and screenshot stuff is like, because I'm looking at this like, great, I can write guides on iPhone stuff now without like looking up and down constantly. This is great. But I can also, and they even show like, I forgot about this. On that like second image in the press release, they show someone like dragging and dropping a file from Mac to the iPhone. It works like, oh, that's cool. That's something you can only do when you fully control the stacks on both. So
Not entirely the case. Because
on
Google, it's
yeah,
not that
on
Google has
Android,
implemented
yeah.
this exact feature. In fact, it's pretty far from this, but they do have all the components to be able to do something in this same vein without
Yeah.
too much addition. They have it all there. They just
They
need to piece it together.
they could. But the downside is you have to use a Chromebook, and no one should have to be subjected to that. Just like
No. I'm talking about all the components. You could do this on a Mac. You just, like I said, they have to build out the last
oh
pieces
yeah,
of it.
yeah. I mean, like, what would Google like release? It doesn't. They seem allergic to making desktop software now
Yes.
that isn't Chrome. So
Well, considering they're actually bad at even making their command line tools consistently, because for those who remember, there have been stages where even their command line tools did not work with modern versions of Mac OS and or modern versions of Android OS. So
there's a lot of things in my life I'm not happy about, but I am happy that I don't subject myself to the Google Drive client for desktop anymore. So that's nice.
yeah, I still have it on, but admittedly, I'm getting closer to just leaving that one
It
out
used
too.
like a couple years ago, it was like the worst piece of shit I've ever used in my life. Like I think
It
it was
is better now.
yeah, I don't remember what it was. Also, like, what's funny is I switched from Google Drive to Dropbox, and Dropbox worked a lot better, but the Dropbox client at that point was Python. So it's a little embarrassing that worked as well as it did.
Yeah, there's that. The problem is, I'm gonna counter that in such a big way. I do not trust in a big way the Dropbox app, because I didn't know about this for a long time, but it turns out Dropbox was actually doing a really shady thing where they were quite literally stealing your admin password. They were storing it in their config files or somewhere, so that they could just do whatever they want as admin anytime they want. And they do not have a good history with app security, so turns out this was actually an attack vector.
And now they're and now their desktop client I think is Electron, so that's a good reason to not go back.
Yeah.
So the phone wearing stuff looks cool. Again, like I'm looking at this like cool. I can write guides without like looking down at my phone all the time. I definitely see this also being really cool for a lot of the same reasons that like I would see people trying to use an iPad as a main device. Like if I'm putting myself in the shoes of like a social media person, and I can just have the iPhone TikTok app or the iPhone Instagram app just on my desktop, like behaving normally. That's cool. That's a lot better than all of the other options. And I did see a couple people bring up that like maybe this means like a little bit less incentive for devs to make Mac apps. I don't really think that's true. Like the ones that care will continue to care. The ones that still don't care will still not care. But yeah, it is cool. I do wonder what the yeah, I don't have anything else, but this is cool.
You know, just on that bit about less incentive for devs to make Mac apps, every year I hear that at least once, if not multiple times per year. Something Apple announces, people are like, oh, you know, here's a reason why devs don't need to make Mac apps anymore. It's like, really? Because of, you know, in this instance, screen mirroring? Really? You think this is... Do you think every dev out there even believes that all the users of Macs have iPhones and all the iPhone owners have Macs? Like, is this actually a real belief people have, and that they would want to use it this way? Come on. Like, Yeah, there's some weird, fantastical thinking, and frankly, that didn't even happen when I can't Catalyst. Catalyst wasn't even turning out to be a very good path for people to like shortcut building Mac apps because Catalyst sucks.
Yeah. So there's the iPhone mirroring, some Safari stuff. I haven't fully read. I know that the Safari WebKit engine got another round of like pretty decent improvements, so that's good. Safari still is the thing like I'd like to use, but I cannot as long as they continue to be stupid about extensions.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so, oh well, you know, the one time a week I open Safari because something's broken in another browser will, I'm sure, will be faster and more efficient than ever before. And they highlighted a lot of games coming to Mac, which good. They're not really the games I want to play on my Mac, but that's good. Um, I think undeniably getting a new Assassin's Creed at launch on Mac is good. That's the kind of things that they should have got the ball rolling on years ago. Um, so good stuff, Apple. I'd like again. They also briefly talked about like an updated game porting toolkit, so maybe that will make crossover a little bit better for me. I don't know. Um, I again, they really just need. Sorry, they really just need Vulkan. They need Vulkan in there. They need to work out some. It'd be nice if they worked out some solution or partnership or something that would let more Windows games work on Mac. Um, you know, I don't know if that's working with Valve to like make Mac Steam not suck and get Proton on there in some form. I don't know if that's like working more closely with crossover people. I don't know, but that also ties into what I was saying earlier, where I want a new boot camp, whatever that entails. There needs to be a new option for that because I hate all the current options. The Windows on Mac experience now is having 4 apps on your computer to run Windows software, and none of them are perfect. They're,
Yeah.
they're all good at very slightly different things, so it's not fun. I need a new boot camp. Make it happen. And they also showed off another thing I was excited for is window tiling. They put Windows Arrow tiling in macOS finally. That only took forever, and this is now probably like the 15th window management option in macOS now.
Well, I was gonna say this
one
is,
every
I
year.
believe, officially Sherlocking yet another
Yes.
category, but it's a category that honestly, like, there was no way it wasn't eventually going to get Sherlocked.
Yeah, I have Magnet installed on both of my Macs for this. I paid for it. I don't know how much at some point, but the one thing that is weird here though is they add a little like padding to the
Yeah.
windows wearing the tile. I really don't like that, so I don't actually know if I would use this over Magnet, especially on my MacBook where it's already a pretty tiny screen, and I really need all the pixels. I have like the
Corbin,
dock turned off
that's
and
your
everything.
fault.
It's not my fault. It's fine.
You bought a smaller MacBook. That's your
Yeah,
fault.
because it's cute. So, and also very affordable. So yeah, they got the tiling. They've got more updates to the camera filter stuff. So you can do like, you know, last year they added the like camera controls in the menu bar, and you can like you can change the background blur. Like that's what I'm using right now to blur my background. So all that works in like every app on your system. It doesn't matter if the app has implemented, you know, background blur or camera effects or whatever else. So there's more of that now. It'll do like background replacement stuff. It has a new like presenter mode. So some good stuff there. The rest of this is kind of the iOS stuff. So it's got the new password manager. It's got the AI stuff we'll get to. New iMessage stuff, all that fun stuff. So I'm excited for the iPhone mirroring, maybe the tiling. I don't know, but that's about it.
Uh, yeah. So I don't actually see myself using the tiling because almost everything I use, I either want it to be not full screen mode, but zoomed mode or maximized mode, whatever it is that's, just taking as much space in the screen as possible without taking over the screen. So tiling probably not going to be a big part of what I use. Since I don't have an iPhone that I actively use, the mirroring is not going to factor in. And I very rarely use Safari. I mean, cheers to them coming out with games. I've said that for ages that this is coming, that this was bound to happen. But I don't know that I haven't gotten the previous Assassin's Creed games since the original. I'm not sure I'm gonna really jump on this one anytime soon. Maybe once the price is like nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like some of these I might play on Mac if I like didn't have the console. I preferred to play most of these games on.
Yeah, so in truth, probably the only one that's really of interest to me right now is tangentially the game porting toolkit. Like that's probably about it, because if it turns out to be good enough, then I'd like to think that it will be used to bring some other games to the Mac that currently I can't play and would like to. Like Overwatch.
Yeah, I need Overwatch on Mac. I'll pay $60 for it. I know the game's free, but if they made a port and it was good, I'd buy it. I'd be like, sure. Just let me not boot up the Windows computer every time. That'd be cool.
Yeah. But with all this said, I mean, this is at least that step in the right direction. Ubisoft recognizes it's a worthwhile platform. I don't know that this will happen, but I would love to. I would love to see Ubisoft launches a game and like a month later or something publishes like a blog post or makes an announcement saying, oh yeah, we blew all of our expectations out of the water. Turns out shipping for Mac was brilliant. And yeah, all of a sudden every company's like, oh, well, if they say it's good, let's do it. I don't know that that's going to happen, but it seems not unlikely to me.
Yeah, so that's Mac OS. So really all that's left is the AI stuff. So this was Apple's big AI play. We all knew this was coming. They were gonna eventually do the AI crap, and we got it as Apple Intelligence, which conveniently is shortened to AI. But according to that very funny article someone at Engadget wrote, Apple will not ever say AI to describe their thing. So great job, guys. Great job, guys. Well done. So I wrote the article for this at How to Geek, and I still don't really know how to explain this. Basically, it's like I don't really know. It's kind of their general collection of more advanced on-device machine learning and AI stuff. I think that's the best way I could put it. It's just, but also not all of it is on-device. So basically, there's part of this that runs inside iPhone, iPad, and Mac. and some parts that will run on a cloud that Apple owns. It's like all of their M4 servers, whatever. Um, and then also separately, there is integrations with ChatGPT that are optional, and every time it does that, it asks you, "Are you super duper sure?" Um, Partially out of privacy concerns, but also I think as a good cover for like, we're not responsible for whatever this tells you, brand. We don't know. So,
Also, I'm
uh,
gonna guess as a cost reduction strategy, because the
yeah,
more they send to ChatGPT, I expect the more it's costing Apple.
yeah, and it's still not super clear to me like under what circumstances it will go to ChatGPT. I'm not. Anyway. So, uh, there's a couple different components of this that's actually a feature you can talk about. Um, the main thing, I guess I'll just go in order of what this press release did. They talked about writing tools, which is the same exact thing that everyone else has already tried to do with this. So it's the thing where you select text and you can make it like reword it a certain way or change the tone or summarize it or whatever. The main benefit here is that it's just in the OS. So it works on all apps, which is good. Um, they've got that. They're doing summaries of emails in the email app, which I think under most circumstances is dumb and something I don't feel comfortable using. But I do like that they did it in a way where it shows like on the email like list as like little text underneath the like subject line or whatever. So that part's kind of cool. Oh, I did a thumbs up by accident. Yeah. So that's maybe a little bit neat. They show they're still not fixed notifications, but they did show a feature where it will like try to tell which notifications are important or like summarize group chats and stuff, and that's in like a new section. Um, the drawing stuff we mentioned previously. Um, they showed image generation, which was by far the worst part of that live stream. The demos they showed were terrible. That horrifying image of like a superhero mom is now a sticker in my Discord because it's so funny. And within hours, it was an emoji in the How to Geek Slack. So that should give you an indication of how well it went. That's the main thing everyone was clowning about. Images don't look. It's the same. It's the same garbage as like all the other AI image generators, except more like not realism. They're not going for that. There's a couple of different styles you can choose from. They also have oh good, they have the Supermom in the press release. If I scroll down, that's good. In case I ever want to get a higher resolution version of that. They have that after the more horrifying birthday cake, whatever that is. God, that looks horrible. And my mom, if she could, my mom would definitely use this all the time in messages. But if this is one of the local things, we'll get to that later. Her iPhone will not work with it. Also, not mine. So they've got that. They also have redone Siri again, as the prophecy foretold from Mark. They redid Siri. The UI is pretty different now. It like just kind of like did a thumbs up again. I'm just gonna leave that on because it's funny. They did. There's not really like a Siri UI anymore. You know, the like little bubble thing is gone. When you call up Siri, it does like a glow around the screen, which look kind of silly. But also like it was just a bubble for, so whatever. But it's supposedly smarter now, supposedly better at understanding like you interrupting yourself when you're talking. Kind of similar demos we've seen with Gemini and GPT-4o a couple weeks back. They showed it was supposed to be better at that, like understanding when you're like you're talking and you're like, send a message to Mark, I mean mom. And it's like, okay, I get that. Like that kind of way of speaking. And one thing that is cool is you can finally talk to Siri by typing. So we finally got there. That's good. And they this is where also the a couple interesting things here. They showed it's supposedly better at like answering questions. It's not clear to me still whether or not, like, if I ask a question to Siri, when is it going to web results like it does now? And then when is it going to ChatGPT? That part wasn't super clear to me. Because their demos they show are like asking like, I've got these ingredients, make a recipe. And that is something that like only ChatGPT would do. But like, what happens when I ask like, what was the 10th president of the US? What is it going to do then? Is it gonna send it to ChatGPT, who then makes up a president?
No, it's not gonna make it up. It's gonna tell you Harrison Ford.
Oh, that'd be great.
What? He was president once. Air Force One. Come on, man.
Yeah. I did watch that.
That was peak 2004.
Yeah, that was 90s.
Oh yeah, it was 90s, wasn't it?
That was...
Yeah, why was I thinking 97?
Yeah. No, I've seen that movie. Okay, so so it's not clear to me when it would kick back to ChatGPT, but I don't think there's an answer for that yet, because like none of this is functional in any of the betas, and it won't be for a while. And supposedly when it launches, there will be like a wait list, and not everyone can, overload Apple's servers at once. Carson said you could already talk to Siri, but it was an accessibility setting. Okay, that makes sense. I did not know that.
Dumb, but okay.
Yeah. So they also did a thing where they mentioned Siri now has like fully indexed like all of Apple's like support documents. So you can ask questions about how to use your iPhone and it'll like tell you. And the How To Geek Slack at that moment was we were doing that. Oh, okay. Now we've been Sherlock. So that's nice. Fine. I can keep writing Windows guides. Microsoft will never figure this out. Anyway, so new Siri stuff. Now, the interesting part with all this, and there's like a bunch of other like system level integrations. The thing Apple is doing differently, which is what I think I was certainly hoping for, is as much of this as possible is local. So basically everything on your device, your emails in the Mail app, your activity in Maps, your text messages, whatever, like all that stuff that was like already indexed because it needed to be indexed for Spotlight and everything else. That's just like all in the AI local model now. So like you can ask it like, when was that event that my mom texted me was happening with my sister? And it'll go figure that out from your messages and your calendar events and a lot of other stuff. So all that is local. And then they mentioned that for specific workloads that can't be done on device, it will take the only the like required data and go send that off to Apple servers and then get a response back. So kind of similar to what Google has been doing with Gemini on Android, where there is a Gemini Nano model that runs on the device for some local stuff, but a lot of stuff still needs a cloud server somewhere. But the difference is that this is a lot more than Google's doing with Gemini right now at the OS level. right now Gemini Nano is I think just like doing like call transcriptions and some like writing stuff is my understanding. And there is an API for it, but it's not like widely used yet.
Yeah. So, it'll be cool if Apple has this working as well as they are presenting it. Um, and none of this stuff is live yet, but um, or well available to the public in any capacity. But yeah, I'm, in a few months we'll see how well it's working. Hopefully, it's working well, and it seems like an easy enough thing to pull off. But yeah, I'm gonna hold to a we'll see kind of status on that one. What I also find dubious is the whole thing where, in some instances, it can send stuff to OpenAI. I have a feeling some of that stuff, they're going to be sending more than the quote unquote just the required information. I got a strong feeling that it's going to be sending a lot more.
Yeah, I mean it depends because I think if the example they showed was like just a question where all the info is in the question, so that would be very easy to only send that. Yeah. But yeah, if it's asking like how do I make a recipe with all the stuff that my mom just ordered on from the store, like what does it do? Can it do anything there? That there's still a lot of questions there. Hoopy said, can the new Siri see my Discord or Slack servers? I don't think they are doing anything with like what's on screen. So they've avoided a Windows recall situation. It's not like all this is like save data basically is my understanding. So I would assume not, unless Slack and Discord like add whatever APIs Apple wants for it to index that. I don't know.
In an unrelated note, if I recall, Slack was working a deal with some companies to start sharing content in some of their servers with them to be used as AI training. So good luck with that. And Discord was already goofing around with their own version of this. So yeah. Give it time.
Hoopy said, I mean more like, is this entirely useless for apps that don't opt in? I think so. I don't know. Like I've not sorry, I had too much energy drink. I haven't fully read like all the API explanations for this. It wouldn't surprise me if they tried to repurpose some APIs to feed into this. Like, does it like read every notification an app sends and like kind of stores that somewhere to know like when did I get the alert in Discord? Like it could do that. I don't know. Again, like none of this is in the beta now, so no one can try this. There's not like a ton of information about the underpinnings of this yet. One of the questions sort of like that for me is it's not super clear to me what exactly gets sent to or offloaded to servers, not necessarily even OpenAI, just like what can't be done on device. Like they showed image generation stuff, and that part is kind of hard for me to believe that they're all doing locally, because that is something you could very easily tell the server to do. Mm-hmm. I know obviously Apple's chipsets are better, but every time Qualcomm has showed a demo of like stable diffusion running on an Android phone, it always takes forever, and the images it makes look real bad because they have to be more optimized. And also the generation model for making images would be like a couple gigs on an iPhone. So yeah, that wouldn't be ideal. Hoopy said, like, no shot I can do that in-depth recall for apps that don't store this data on device, which is basically all of them, but Apple's. Yeah, that's the big question here. And this is the one thing where I think that makes this unique and for both good and bad reasons. Because I was thinking about this when the system requirements for this got pointed out. So all of this only works on Apple devices with at least 8 gigs of RAM. And specifically for the chips that they mentioned, that it needs their current Plus chip. So like the only devices this works on is the current iPhone 15 Pro or Pro Max, at least an M1 iPad, and at least an M1 Mac. So the system requirements for that are high. And when I saw that, I was kind of thinking like, okay, could they do like kind of what Google's done, where it's like, if you don't have a device that can do this, can they just offload everything to cloud? But it's like they really can't, because it's like, how do you offload all this data that's local? Apple could do that for data that's already in its cloud, theoretically. Like if you're, this is how Google already works. Like if I ask Gemini, I'm assuming they showed this at one point, so I'm assuming it's working. That's probably a bad assumption, but like I can ask Gemini, like, show me all the photos of my dog, right? And it'll go pull that data from the other part of the Google Cloud and bring that in and do stuff with it because it's already there. But like I couldn't do, but like if I'm thinking of an iPhone where I'm like, find my message, find my email receipt for this thing. Is it just sending all of my third-party emails to the cloud at that moment to go process it? That's probably not technically feasible. So there's a lot of stuff here that can't happen with other versions of this that we've seen. But yeah, it does bring up that point of like, how does this interact with third-party stuff better? We don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that this is the sort of thing where we're even going to be able to fairly judge it right away, because one way or the other, I'm kind of expecting a lot of things to change in a very short time. Maybe that's unrealistic because we are talking about Apple here, where they do tend to take a little longer. But I don't know. It feels like they've been working on this stuff for not super long, and they probably want to get a lot of it out the door sooner rather than later. So, it's not that I think that they're going to just start launching and updating apps sort of piecemeal, but I have a bit of a suspicion that with any event where they have an excuse to talk about the Mac or the iPhone, they're probably going to say, oh, here's what we've been working on lately. Here's the next thing. And I think they're going to be introducing stuff in a much more rapid cadence, because this is the first time in years that Apple has really had like the next new thing to talk about. Yeah. They've been able to talk about hardware upgrades for a while. They were able to talk about certain things that they were doing in software. They were able to talk about various initiatives that they were taking. Right now, that's kind of a dried up territory. Not to say they won't come back to talking about hardware, or, like they got to talk about the Vision Pro for a hot minute. Those were moments you could tell Apple was happy that they had something to talk about. I think generally speaking, they've been looking at what they could work with, and we've said this about the last few keynotes. They were boring. They didn't have much to talk about. They announced, oh wow, changes to apps or a new app or some new features, but they were dull, and we were complaining that they were uninteresting. And I'm not saying that that's changed, but you can plainly see Apple was a lot more jazzed to talk about the AI stuff this time around, because they had something to talk about. They had something they could position in front of users. So I have a feeling we're going to be hearing a lot of AI announcements. Obviously, one, because everybody is, but two, it gives Apple a place to actually like feature their products.
Yeah, and I would expect, to Hoopy's point, that there will be some way for apps to contribute data to this. But yeah, like I don't know what that would look like for stuff like Discord. Like, does that mean storing like every message on the phone so that the local AI can index it? I don't think that would be usable, especially if you have like a lot of these apps
Yeah.
installed. I know like if you use like WhatsApp or something, like that's already on your phone, so that's not a big deal, but other apps don't work that way. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I like I think this is definitely the way to go. I think this is I definitely wanted more local stuff. Um, Certainly, and that does have the disadvantages of needing very specific hardware. And also, a funny aspect of this is that the Vision Pro does not get this at all.
Yes.
Uh,
Despite
because,
having multiple M chips in it.
yeah, well, I think I couldn't find it now, but there was a someone did ask someone at Apple about it, and they were basically like, we have completely maxed out the M2 chip in the Vision Pro because of the crazy, camera input and display resolution and everything else. So there's no there's no room here for on-device AI. Sorry. So
Which, knowing that, also makes the first generation Vision Pro really sound like a risky bet. Because man, if they've already maxed it out, if they're hitting with the capacity of what that thing can physically be capable of, what happens in say another year when Vision OS 3 comes out and they're like, well, we really needed more than what we could offer in the first generation, so sorry, tough luck, you don't get this like dozen features that everybody wants. But yeah, yeah, okay, that's the point I'm gonna in that thought.
I'll also say for the Mac, I was very interested to see if this is when Apple could make me want something better than the M1. The answer is still no. It's on the M1. So I'm winning here. I'm doing great. Not on the iPhone I bought like 8 months ago, new though, because I have the normal 15, not the 15 Pro. But that's fine.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure there will be something soon enough that makes the M1 outdated, and you will have to upgrade to get.
Yeah. So that's all of Apple's AI stuff. You're probably right that like there's gonna be a lot more trickling out about this over the coming months, so we'll find out more info. There's definitely I definitely like the like fully local and like plugged into all the existing local databases aspect of it. I don't like the same demos they did that everyone else has been using. Every time I've tried to use all of these like writing adjustment stuff, it just sounds the worst. There's been plenty of people making the comment of like, great, we're all writing our AI written emails, and then the other person gets the AI to summarize it, and it's like we've really messed up communication here. So I don't really care for the writing stuff, which is ironic because that's my job. But it always just sounds like shit. Most of the image stuff looked real bad. Again, that was by far the worst moment of this entire presentation. It's like, great, this looks absolutely horrific. But yeah. So yeah, that's the Apple AI stuff. I guess I'll try it on my Mac whenever that shows up. Hoopy said 2021 M1 Mac squad stay winning. Yep, I've got my 2020 Mac Mini and MacBook Air, and they're still doing great. Also, if Mac had games, that could make me upgrade. But no, not the ones I care about anyway. They do have more games now. I'm glad we got more than we've broken free of the one Mac game per year that Apple shows
Yes.
at their events. We now have several games, so that's good.
Yes, but still not the one Corbin wants.
No,
Solitaire.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, Apple, I want to give them credit. They managed to get through half of an event with very little mentions to AI, and then of course stuffed the second half of the event pretty much packed to the gills with AI.
Yeah.
Which kudos.
And even with like the stupid image stuff and like the same demos that Microsoft has been doing for 3 years, like this was still so much better than IO.
Yeah.
This was so much closer to like things people might care about in real life, and not just like talking to me about the 17th custom Gemini model you made to tell me to eat glue. So they've got that going for them.
Yeah.
I will say also one criticism I forgot to bring up is there is the fun thing. I'll put the Mac Stories article in here. And basically what's been interesting is Apple talked about how it has been training its AI data models, and just like everyone else, it has been scraping the web without telling anyone to train all of its stuff. And it actually, they confirmed they have been using, so the fun thing with the AI training stuff is because they're big tech companies and they don't have to follow rules or ask for permission, all of them have been training AI models on open web data, but their little opt-out mechanism is like you can block their user agent if you want. So there's been a fun trend where over the past like 2 years or whatever, there's like a fun new user agent you need to block if you like want to retain, in theory, control over your content that you put out. Not clear to me if you opt out, if subsequent training removes your data from the pile. I would assume probably not.
Yeah,
so
I would bet against it.
Yeah, so I did this a little while ago. I updated the robots.txt file for the spacebar, my blog. There's now like 20 user agents there. Apple's is called Applebot, and that's the one that was already being used for like Siri search results and a couple like connected features. So the interesting effect there is like, I guess Siri web results and that stuff will work not as well now because sites are going to start blocking that. It's been interesting with the AI models where some of these companies that are trying to develop multiple things like use the same user agent for all of them. So for example, I cannot opt out of like Copilot. So someone can, so if like you ask Copilot to be like, please summarize this article Corbin wrote on the spacebar, it's going to do it because I can't opt out because it uses the same backend systems and user agent as Bing. So if I block Bing, it'll work. But then I also block Bing and I prevent everyone on Bing from finding my articles and reading them like a human.
Yeah, this is a complaint. I mean, it's a obviously different thing, but it's very similar to the complaint I've had for years about emails from anything related to Google Play Store, because they're the same email address that they use to send you like receipts or like account updates, anything that is stuff you actually should see. It is the exact same email address they use for sending you marketing crap. And it's like, guys,
yeah, this is also how notifications on most mobile apps work.
Yeah.
Like I told DoorDash like 5 times, like only I checked all the check boxes. It was like only send me notifications about the food, please. And it still kept doing it, so I just blocked notifications altogether. It's like, all right, I guess I'll just open the app. If I need to see where the food I ordered is, that's fine. So, yeah. So Apple's doing the same thing as Microsoft, where they're using the same user agent for the web search results as they do for the AI training. And of course, like Applebot was actually already in a lot of the like block lists, like it was in the one I found because people saw it was indexing a lot of stuff. So it was probably being used for AI training, but Apple like wasn't really telling anyone. So that was fun. Also, interestingly, ChatGPT does split this up, even though they don't have like a search engine, so it doesn't matter. They have different user agents for training, and then when you're using ChatGPT to like read web links, so you can independently block those. I block both. And kind of similar with the rest of them. So Apple's getting some flack for that, as they should, because once again, big tech is allowed to index everything it wants and use that content for its own work, and not compensate anyone for it. But if I do that, I get a copyright claim on my YouTube video. Yeah. Or any of the other things that can happen from that.
Rules for me, not for thee.
Yeah. So that's been fun. I love opt-outs.
Ooh,
and I think that
hey, I just had a fun thought. I have every good reason to send a cease and desist order to Apple, just like their law firm did to me. and got me banned from Twitch.
Nice.
I wonder if I will. Ooh, I wonder if I could get Apple banned from Twitch. Because I legally actually have a position to do that. I don't think Apple does anything on Twitch, but damn it, I have a right.
Pulling out that reverse Uno card. So, yep, that's all the Apple stuff. I'm excited for the iPhone mirroring, and there might some AI stuff whenever I get that. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, so that also does remind me one other thing that they kind of already had it, but they did announce this, and I kind of thought this would be somewhere else in these announcements. Maybe I missed it, but not just screen mirroring, but they also have the ability for you to remotely control a iPhone or iPad. So if you have relatives or whatever, somebody who needs tech support and they don't trust someone else to do this for them at Apple, or they can't for whatever reason, they can ask you for help, give you access, and you can control their device remotely. So yay for that. I can't wait for all the scams that result from this, because oh my god, there will be some. But
did they say you could do it for other users?
Yeah, that was very much the point of it. It was a remote where we can help you thing.
I thought it was just for like the device under your account. But okay.
Nope. No, it was definitely. I don't remember too many of the specific details of it, but yeah, that was a thing that it's very much meant as a please help me kind of thing. Like somebody can ask you for help and you can help them.
Well, big if true, because it means I don't have to have TeamViewer installed.
Yeah, exactly.
Anytime I can avoid TeamViewer, that's a good time.
Pretty much. Let's see. So, non-Apple news. couple last things, unless you've got anything else you want to hit with Apple.
That no. I guess we can run through whatever's left.
Yeah. Well, these are fortunately both pretty quick. One, let's see. This is Chrome OS is going to be adopting the Android kernel for reasons.
Oh yeah.
All right. You read this one, so I'll let you take it away.
Well, I partially read it.
Oh, okay. I love it's 4 paragraphs, and neither one of us.
Yeah.
Oh, 5. Sorry. 5
well,
paragraphs.
I read the main one, and then there was also the longer one about the Bluetooth that I didn't read.
Okay.
But yeah,
well,
basically,
yeah.
Google is just going to supposedly use the Android, the Linux kernel used by Android on Chromebooks, and they are also going to use the Bluetooth stack they created for Android on Chromebooks. So that's the thing they've been working on and off for years, is like a better Bluetooth stack, and I guess they just were like, fuck it, take the one from Android. We're done. Which sure, I guess. The kernel thing is kind of interesting because, like, I don't know how far the Chrome OS kernel has diverged from mainline Linux. I know the Android one has diverged quite a lot, and they've tried to bring it back a little bit, but they're still far away from that.
Yeah, though part of the reason that they're far from it has more to do with like politics and fighting with various other people in the mainline Linux kernel. Not to say there aren't plenty of technical diversions too, but I mean, some of this just has to do with the politics of it.
Yeah, I follow the Asahi Linux people and their rants like once a month about how like everyone in the Linux project is insufferable and it's difficult to do anything. And also Android, all the work Google did on making drivers like modular in Android is the thing that the Linux people absolutely don't want. Mm-hmm. They don't want it to be easier for companies to make proprietary Linux drivers. They want all that in the kernel. So yes, Android I know has diverged pretty far. My understanding is that the Chrome OS kernel is pretty much Linux, but the Linux kernel that ships with a hardware platform in Chrome OS is fixed. That's my understanding. I don't know if that's changed. So like when Google makes the like whatever new like Intel 11th gen platform for Chromebooks to use, they'll pick like a Linux kernel version and then that's it. I think that's how it works. I know that's how it worked a couple of years ago because there was the kerfuffle with Google rolling out Linux app support on Chrome OS, and that needed a specific virtualization feature that was only in certain kernel versions, and a lot of Chromebooks were just stuck with old kernels, and Google did a whole thing where they updated some of them but not all of them. So I think that's how it worked. Austin said I'm getting a 404 on the space bar. Oh, the amp. Yeah. That's the info domain, so that's okay. That's the one I set up like a couple redirects on and no one else looks at. Yeah. My Ghost CMS does not let me upload files to the site theme unless I pay them more money, but they do let me set up redirects, and most things will follow the redirects. So I have the robots txt file and like a couple other little files on a GitHub domain, and I set those up to redirect. So that's how I'm avoiding the ChatGPT people.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So my understanding is that the Chrome OS kernel was kind of close to what Linux was doing. So I guess it's better if they use the Android kernel because that's the one that's more meant to like not be touched for years. I don't know.
Well, I think there's also probably a lot of strategy here just built around the idea that they may as well. Why have two completely different projects doing kernel development within the company, both of which obviously diverging from the main line, if realistically you could probably just cut the number of people working on this to fewer and get them all just kind of working together to build a single kernel. Then you also have a smaller number of people carrying out fights with the mainline Linux people, trying to get things pushed back upstream. So maybe this is short-sighted, but I kind of just want to believe that this is meant to be an optimization effort. Fewer people working on the same thing is probably just going to be better and easier to manage. And you get the benefits of having all the things that they built for all the things they built for Android OS kind of having an opportunity to go back into Chrome OS.
Hoopy said step 1 of 100 of turning Chrome OS into a distro of Android, but step 2 of 5,000 of turning Android into Fuchsia. Yeah, remember Fuchsia?
Yeah.
I remember that was the first article I wrote at Android Police. That was in 2016.
Oh, wow.
So that's still not out yet. That was the first thing I wrote about professionally.
Yeah, well, Fuchsia's borderline dead, so.
Yeah. It was very funny though. Although the news everyone should take from this is that don't use Chrome OS because it's bad.
I mean, I was going to avoid saying it, but it doesn't mean I didn't think it.
Don't do it. Although, much better browser than the iPad.
This is true.
So, good times.
All right. So, yeah, I don't think I've got any more to add on that one. But breaking into final topic, kind of a joined thing because two things both kind of happened this last week. One, reviews for Pebblebee and Chipolo are starting to roll out. And well, the going opinion that at least Taylor at Android Police, and obviously I'm kind of having the same opinion here, and other people are saying roughly similar things. The trackers themselves, sure, fine, they are what they are. The problem area is actually Google. Google isn't very good for remote tracking of devices. And the biggest part of that, and it's an issue that I think a lot of us have kind of brought up, at least casually at some point or another, it's that, yeah, shocked Pikachu, exactly. But the problem is, Android, like, as Google rolled out the default, or as they rolled out the network for the Find My Device stuff, they gave people the option to basically opt in fully, opt in partially, or not opt in at all to be part of this network. And by default, it was basically a partial opt-in. The really super simple summary of this is you're not going to get a usable location on a device until multiple devices are around that device after it has not connected to its owner for a while, and those devices in aggregate are used to determine the location of your tracker. So basically what this ends up being is you have to have multiple strangers with Android phones passing by, spending some amount of time, like not just passing briefly, but spending, a couple minutes or more around a tracker. And it's going to require several of them all in a period of time before it even attempts to give you a location on your tracker. That's not going to work very well in like low foot traffic areas or even moderate foot traffic areas. It'll work better in places like cafes, where people are more likely to sit down and stay for a while. Or at least like stand there for several minutes waiting for an order, something like that. And it's going to work great in places like airports or train stations where large groups are going to be like piled up at once. But that's kind of it. If you lose something with a tag on it in, let's say, the examples that I kind of came up with is out on a hiking trail. People might like, you could even have a popular hiking trail where people are going to be passing by frequently, but they're not going to stay around trackers for very long. Or you could lose something at, let's say, a friend's house, where your friend could be sitting next to that tracker all day long, but there's not going to be a lot of phones near that tracker, so they're never going to report enough devices for it to be found. This is kind of dumb, and Google really sort of screwed up on these settings.
Yeah, like this is the problem Tile had originally, was like you're only going to get pings from other people with the Tile app on their phones, and that would just be the other people buying Tile. So it made it mostly useless. Sometimes it would get, you might get lucky and someone passes by, but that's about it. I don't really know like what the answer is here, because it would obviously be really great if all of the like billion plus Android devices act as nodes for this, but there's also all of the mini horror stories that continue to come out of people, stalking people with AirTags that are very easy to modify so they don't, make buzzing noises, and all the other abuses of this technology that come out. So I don't know, really what the thing is here. I'll say like objectively it makes the trackers less useful. And also the kind of constant delays with like anything resembling Find My was like one of the reasons I decided to switch to iPhone, because like Apple's done, they did this, again with issues presenting themselves, but like they got it all working. I can have a AirTag in my car to like quickly find where I am in a big parking lot. I have it on my bike. When I had my dog, she had a AirTag on her collar, so I was like, if she runs off for some reason, like there's probably gonna be a a couple iPhones tagging her. So like that's a thing Apple already figured out. I want to appreciate Google for making it more opt-in, but then it does make the product suffer, so I don't know what the answer is here.
Yeah.
Ideally they would just do it more like, I mean, it sounds like they'd worked it out so that everything could be a node, but it would still be private, relative, like about as private as you can reasonably make this technology. Like the point about requiring multiple devices to lock in a location. So kind of weird to me they did those locations, but then also made it opt-in. I don't know.
So, in my opinion, and look, this is one of those you're never going to get it perfect situations, but in my opinion, the strategy is probably to keep trying to have sort of the privacy first approach, but have basically a fallback mode where at a certain point, if the device does not reach its owner and enough other people come in contact with it, at even brief intervals, it should report back. And if the owner realizes that they've lost the device, there should be a smarter way of basically saying, like, the owner should be able to mark it as lost, which you can. That is one of the features. You can mark it as lost, but it should basically have a more aggressive thing where at some point maybe it tells the owner of the device that is near the tracker, hey, there's a tracker nearby. The owner is trying to get it back. Right now, your settings say not to report it because there haven't been enough devices around. But would you be willing to? Obviously that's a little annoying for people, and it could go horribly wrong as, you go to popular areas and you're just going to get notifications from like 50 of these things possibly all just put around to be annoying. But there's probably a way to make this smart enough to work. And also in that specific scenario, that wouldn't be a problem because you would have a bunch of other people around, but whatever. Like there has to be a way for this to work.
Or there'd be like a little QR code on the tag that say like, oh, you found this, scan this so it reactivates on the network or whatever. But like, I don't know if that's feasible to implement or not.
Yeah, I'm a little curious. I didn't really tinker with the lost setting yet. But apparently when you mark something as lost, you can give it a name, address, and phone number, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what Apple lets you do.
Yeah.
On Find My.
Yeah, so it seems you can at least attach a few things with your lost notifications, but well, they're not even attached to the tag. They're stored in the cloud, and the tag just references back to that. But there's got to be a better strategy or some sort of approach that makes this work.
And part of the issue with the initial AirTag rollout, which I think was absolutely one of Apple's like biggest privacy fuck ups in modern times, was the complete inability to manage these if you did not have an iPhone.
Yes.
So if you were stalking someone and they just had an Android phone, they wouldn't get the, there's a tag following you alerts. And Apple did eventually make first a really bad Android app that you had to like manually scan for, a AirTag around you. Like, hey, am I being stalked right now? Yeah, that is a thumbs up, Apple. An app that was like, yeah, let me wait 20 seconds to check if I'm being stalked at this precise moment, and also remember to open the app. So that was bad, but in theory that should be solved now because Apple and Google have now sorted that out, where the lost alerts do go cross-platform. So,
well, the unidentified tag alert. Yeah, the lost alert does not. Yeah. The unidentified tag does.
Right, which like that's stupid, but also like, that wasn't the one that was like aiding and stalking. It was more so the alert of like, oh, we found something that's following you. Like that's the very critical part. It'd be nice if they were, collaborating and I just had a shared network, but it's mostly the anti-stalking measures that was important. So they got that sorted out apparently.
Yeah, I distinctly think that both companies are making a big mistake for themselves and their users by not just merging their networks. And likewise, I actually think it was a mistake for some of the other networks to not also get integrated in. And I don't know how feasible that is, but I think that would have been the best move for pretty much everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if like maybe if there was like a certain way to make sure like no one was messing with anyone's data on either side, maybe.
Yeah.
But like I could see the issue where Apple and Google fully plug in, and then Apple gets the wave of perhaps justified criticism of like, wait a minute, you're giving all iPhone live location data to Google so that they can plug everything in. I
Yeah,
don't
that's fair too. But
I don't know if there's a good way to handle this.
I mean,
Just as
strictly
like I
speaking, they already have it. These are still tags that are being broadcast. So
right.
every Android phone is already hearing those broadcasts. It's not
Right,
that
because
hard.
it's just Bluetooth. So the phone's
Yeah.
like, bro, what are you doing over there? It's like, hello, random unidentified Bluetooth device. What are you doing over there?
Yeah. So Google's already collecting that data, or can collect that data. I don't know, or I kind of doubt that they are. But they have access to it, plain and simple. They can collect it if they want. Nothing has changed there. It's just whether or not you report that back to Apple. And it would be in the interest of Apple to get that reported back, and logically Google would want that too. um
Yeah, yeah. I like Hoopy's comment. Google chose the one product where being a bit aggressive in data collection is a good thing to suddenly become super cautious about it. Yeah, yeah. There's not a you don't opt in to like your Gmail messages being used for Google ad targeting, but the the tags are fine.
yeah. And also, just as a note, and I believe it was Austin who was saying this. um it Austin or Hoopy, or I guess it could have been Carson. um One of you had said that the unidentified tag notifications that you get from an Apple AirTag, it would take like they would only show up like once a week on your Android phone. And yeah, that's pretty consistent with the experience I had too. So what I did is I reset an old review phone and put in a completely different Google account, totally unrelated to any of the other phones I'm carrying around. And I walked around with it for several days. Didn't I this before I left my house, did not get any notification at all. So it didn't matter what phone I was using. There was a crossing between all the phones where basically one phone is paired with one tracker, the other phones were paired with another tracker, and none of them had matching accounts. So they're all sitting here capable of seeing trackers, and none of them got an unidentified tracker notice. Finally, one day I drove into town, still no notice during the drive-in. It wasn't until I got back to my house, like an hour later, I got a notification saying, "Oh, we've noticed a tracker next or somewhere with you. Uh, is there something you want to do about this?" And it's like, really, really, like this is now many days of having this thing next to me. And okay, I'm sure it's because I started moving with it. But why wasn't I told after, say, by the way, the drive I'm talking about, 30 minutes. Well, 25. Somewhere in that neighborhood. If I'm driving fast enough, 20. But really? Should I not get notified a little sooner? Or like maybe once I get to a location? I should probably be told that I have a tracker following me somewhere in the like under an hour period of time, not 6 to 8 hours later.
Yeah,
That seems
that
like
is,
a problem.
yeah, that is the Tile experience. So,
Well, actually, no, it's not. Because speaking of Tile had an incident. Have you heard about this?
yeah,
Yeah. So Tile, here's the other tracker related thing. As it turns out, a hacker just kind of jacked up Tile's entire database. Oh, sorry, actually, jacked up is the wrong term. That would imply that they damaged it. No, they did not damage it. They just took it. They copied the whole damn thing. And it includes location data. It includes customer information. which
Well,
was
it doesn't. It supposedly did not include tile location data.
oh, it didn't.
No,
Okay.
but it did. It did include names, addresses, emails, phone numbers. Basic, like they broke into the thing that Tile uses to get data for police reports. So basically, they could do like what a Tile support person would do when the cops are like, "Hey, we need this data from you," which I didn't know Tile had anyway. So that's, I guess, another good reason why I ripped the batteries out of my tiles when they got bought. So that's good. That's in the same pile as like Ring, where I don't really want to contribute to the local cops database.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they broke in. The hacker broke into the thing they used to fill out police reports, and the Tile parent company, Life 360, reported to law enforcement. So something will happen there probably, but. Yeah, not great. I already for years I've already recommended don't buy Tile stuff ever since they got bought by the creepy Life 360 company, which was making like they're like doing like data broker stuff. I will eventually write the like don't buy Tile article.
Yeah.
But I haven't got around to it yet. But I basically said this when I wrote. I think it was at XDA when this happened. I wrote the news article about them getting bought. I was like, yeah, this is real bad. They made a lot of claims about how they won't use like tiled user data for like their, data broking stuff, but like, I don't care. That's real fishy to me. So it sucked because I like all the like Tile Plus trackers. I bought like 4 or 5 of them. And despite the fact that they weren't really that helpful if they got lost, because again, it was Tile and they didn't have every Apple device or every Android device to be a node. Like, it worked fine besides that, and it had like, I had Tile again before I got the Apple stuff. I did have a Tile on my dog, and it was pretty nice when I would leave her with my mom when I went on a trip or something, and I could just share the Tile with her because she also had tiles. And so she could get, location pings on my dog if she got out or something.
Mm-hmm.
Never tested that, thankfully, but it did work. And Apple just now added the ability to share Find My tags, like last year. I think it was in iOS 17. So, like, a lot of stuff about that I liked. Unfortunately, they got bought. So all the batteries came out of the Tile trackers, and they've been unplugged since.
So a few notes to hit on different things there. First, the sharing of tags is actually already supported in Google's Find My Device network, so you can do that day one. So I guess kind of good for them. Two, despite Google's maybe poor default decisions, fact of the matter is, I do still think that these are pretty useful if you're trying to find things around your home. Like,
right.
If you put the card into your wallet and you have a tendency of losing your wallet around the house, you're covered. If you attach this to your loss or to an animal that has a tendency of hiding places like under beds or whatever, you can track down your hiding animal, or your lost tool chest or whatever. Like things where you have a tendency of losing them, then these trackers are still great for that. They're good enough. Unfortunately, Apple AirTags are still better because of ultra wideband support. We do not have those in Pebblebee or Chipolo yet, but
someday. I think the specific tracking I think only works on like specific iPhones and iPads, like whatever has the ultra band chip. So it's not like 100%, but
yeah, but ultra wideband makes that a much better option. Let's see. Also, really quickly about the Tile trackers. Verge doesn't mention this, but I saw somewhere it was very clearly stated that somebody, I believe it was at 404 Media, tried like getting a comment from Tile or something like that, and they very directly lied to the person, telling them that their database had not been compromised, that there was no data leak, and it wasn't until the reporter like proved it to them, had to actually like argue with them and show them data that had been stolen. Finally, they managed to convince Tile's people that yes, something had happened, and there was no longer it, like they couldn't deny it anymore. So, yeah, Life 360 isn't just a crappy data broker. They're a crappy data broker that is directly lying about data leaks. So, yeah, yet another reason why the company's kind of not good. Kind of terrible, actually.
Don't do it. It's unfortunate because I did like their stuff before they got bought for what it was. But yeah, and I would the thing about like local devices, like that's the thing that like all the Bluetooth trackers can do because that's the easy part.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
but I would at least imagine like Google's Find My whatever app would be better than like the thing Anchor made for whatever tracker I have.
Yes.
So,
and that's the whole thing. Like right now, Apple's network is the best one that there is because it's more aggressive. That's plain and simple. Like it's the most aggressive. And also, yes, iPhones, at least in the US, are pretty much the dominant phone. You want the next best? Well, it depending on your criteria, it depends. But it's either going to be Samsung's network or it's going to be Google's Find My network. Because in the case of Google, it's every Android phone running Android 9 and above and has Google Play services. So, you know, if it's some Chinese brand that doesn't have the Play Store, it is what it is. That one's not connected. But pretty much everything else is. So that's pretty good. That's going to be the next largest thing to Apple's network. The other side of it is Samsung has a more aggressive approach to tracking their trackers, but it only works with Samsung phones. So if you are a Samsung user, that's probably still the more effective one. But you know, it is not as large of a network, so maybe it isn't the most effective one. It's a toss up. So yeah, I don't know which one's going to be best. And the thing is, after you drop off of those top 3, all the others are way too narrow of a group of users for it to ever be useful. Outside of like very special situations, you're never going to get a reliable location off of Tile. You're never going to get a reliable location off of Eufy or I forget the other one you just named, but yeah, any of those others, their networks are going to be way too small.
Anchor is Eufy.
Okay.
So yeah. The Samsung ones are so bizarre because I remember I was looking at those as like a possible Tile alternative, but like not only do they not like ping off of like they only work with like Samsung phones as a node, but also like even if I had the SmartThings app on my iPhone, I could not do anything with them. Like what are you guys doing? Why are you like this?
Well, even the SmartThings app on another Android phone, like you have to use a Samsung phone to be able to set up the trackers, and the trackers only respond to Samsung phones. Or, well, the only Samsung phones are part of the network. That's the better way to say it. So, yeah, you just can't use them, which is such a weird decision.
Yeah. I don't know what they were doing there. I mean, they do the same thing with their, like, other accessories, so I guess it's that same mentality. Like, there's not, like, a Galaxy Buds. Well, Actually, I don't know if that's true because I think there's like the Galaxy Buds apps for normal Android phones, but not it's not on iPhone at all. Um, if it were, I would have already bought another pair of Galaxy Beans after my first pair died, and that would be my earbuds now. But they won't do that because they're cowards.
Yes.
So
So, yeah. Anyway, the I don't have any particularly brilliant way to sort of wrap this up, but um I will say I'm not as happy about the outcome with trackers as I was kind of hoping I would be. Uh, I knew this was coming because, look, when that notification, or, well, yeah, when the notification and opt in prompt came with the rollout of the network, I read the options and I very quickly pieced together, oh, this isn't good in places like where I'm at. Because look, if I left something out in the woods, like any of the places where I'd go to take pictures, there's not ever going to be enough people standing around that device that it's going to ever get like a good aggregate signal. Period. Like, it's just not going to happen. It's too few people. Um, and so yeah, it's pretty much lost. As a result, I thought, you know what? I don't want that to be the situation, so I'm going to set my phone to the most aggressive setting. But I know nobody else is doing that. I am one of the smallest margin of people who's actually doing this because I know how valuable this is going to be. But that said, like, it's totally a lost cause. It, you know, maybe it'll help even me someday, but probably not. Realistically, if you don't know where you probably lost something, you're probably never going to be able to find it. So that kind of sucks as it stands today. And maybe it'll get better. Maybe it won't. We'll see. But yeah, it is what it is. For right now, I think these are really only good for finding things around the house. Which leads me to the other quick comment. Why haven't they, you know, it's great that Chipolo and Pebblebee have decided to make card style um card style tags, because that's something AirTags don't have. You can go with other brands that work with Apple's AirTags, but you know, this is a credit card sized tracker. That's great. Yeah. That does a thing. What they needed to do is make something like that for other shaped things. How about something like, I don't know, glasses frames that have this in them, or oh, I don't know, something you could attach to your camera, or
yeah, they do need like a little. Yeah, I was about to say like I did the tracker on my camera and this is the result. It's not great. They definitely. I would like the trackers that are just like a circle with like little 3M tape on one side. You can just on whatever you want. That'd be helpful.
Well, an idea. Okay, this isn't the best idea. Believe me, I'm very well aware of it. But one of the first thoughts that I had with the camera is, how about a tracker that goes into a cold shoe? Like, that's it. You just pop it into the, well, hot shoe, cold shoe on your camera, because every camera has that mounting point. Yeah, right. Just give us that, because you plop that in, it's just there and it works, and it's a cheap, convenient way to put it there. And you're probably not going to lose that too easily unless you actually use your cold shoe all the time, which, let's be honest, only like, I think maybe 10% of people actually do. And that's just for the camera. But there's dozens of things out there where, yes, how about the tracker that you could just stick to it? You know, give it some nice adhesive and problem solved.
There's a lot of like portable things I have that would be nice for that cannot plug in to a tracking system on their own. Like, Yeah, I'll stick the little thing on like the back of my Switch or something. Well, I can't do that because then it will go in the dock. But like something like that, I could put on my 3DS. I don't want to ever lose my Nintendo 3DS.
Yeah.
So
And yeah, I don't know how many things that I would necessarily have a risk of losing around the house, but I'm sure there are a few things. Or, I know, like, I obviously, if you're talking about like seniors or anyone who just has kind of like a terrible memory, if they go around and set their things down and then forget where they sat them down and then have to spend, half hour looking for them, imagine how much time this would save them if you could just know, oh, here's the thing, it's near me, or it's not
yeah,
that near me. I can go try different areas around the house, or I could walk outside and kind of circle the building. And as soon as it says it's near me, I can just hit a button and make it make a sound. Yeah. That cuts your hunting time down to like 3 to 5 minutes instead of an hour.
yeah. Like I'm not the person who like every day is like, where did I put my wallet or like that kind of thing. But like if I was, I'd have like 30 trackers. Like everything I've ever spent more than 5 minutes looking for, like where did I put that
Yeah.
tracker? Again, with the little 3M sticker, just like everything. It's on everything.
Yep.
It's like when you get a label maker for the first time, you're like, I'm labeling fucking everything I own.
The funny thing is, many years ago, I did have a label maker. Literally never used it.
No, I have my label maker, and I got it, and I made labels for all of my like shells, and it hasn't really been used since. But it's fine. That's what I wanted it for.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair.
and it's still there if I ever need to, if I ever get new drawers.
And I will remember this, or I will probably retell this story way too many times in my life. But I remember this one time when I was back in college. I was living in the residence hall, and one of the other people there, I think had just come back to his room or something, and I was heading over to his room to talk to him about something. Anyway, I walked in like, I don't know, like a minute after he got back there, and we're talking for a little bit, and he goes, "Oh no, where are my keys?" Because he was just about to take off, and he's like, "Damn it, I need to find my keys. Where the hell are they?" And I took like 5 seconds. I just kind of scanned around the room, and then I turned, and he, by now he had been looking for a couple of minutes without saying anything at first. But I just turned, walked straight over to his fridge, opened the door, reach in and grab his keys out, and hand them to him. And he looks at me like, "How? There's no way you just did that." And my basic answer was, "I don't know. That was the only place I could think of that wasn't obvious." And at the same time makes sense. Like, you probably walked in with something, put it in the fridge, and you just absentmindedly your keys went in too, or something like that. And yeah, but that's the thing. He spent a couple minutes looking for his keys in these rooms were tiny. I mean, he spent a few minutes looking around. If he could have just hit a button and heard it going off from inside of his fridge, he would have found his keys, almost instantly. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of thing you're talking about. Even an absent-minded, like putting something down someplace, you can save yourself from that sort of hassle.
Yeah. So hopefully Google can figure something out, because it seems like they haven't really sorted this out. Because now they're not making, I don't think they're making anyone happy. Whereas Apple at least makes some people happy.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to venture a theory on this. And I'm hoping that this is the correct theory. I think what Google is doing is intentionally underpowering this network today, because it's going to leave people saying, okay, we need more than this, which is giving which is kind of giving Google permission to slowly ramp it up. Whereas if they made it too aggressive, like Apple did, then they have to go the other direction, where they make it weaker and less effective. And nobody's going to be happy with that either. It makes Apple look bad if they have to make their thing less aggressive, where Google can basically say, all right, you know, the next step we're going to do is this. Like, we know that some people won't be happy about this, but it's not going to work if we don't do this. So here's our next little incremental step up. And I don't know how many incremental steps they'll have to take, but I think eventually they'll get to a point where everyone just accepts that the trackers are a thing. There's no avoiding it. They just have to be as sensitive as they're going to be.
Yeah. And Carson shared some breaking news that Dave Burke is leaving Android.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
So thanks for the memories, Android. Sharing an email sent to the team today. Hi, everyone. May have guessed based on the subject line. I have some personal news to share. After 14 years with Android, I've decided it's time for a change. I'll be stepping away from leading Android engineering and shifting into an advisory position while exploring AI and bio projects. AI has the potential to play a pivotal role in accelerating drug discovery with wide applicability, including in hard-to-treat pediatric cancers, a topic close to my heart. I am working with Sundar to explore relevant roles at Alphabet. So without going too far into this almost sounds like he's turning into kind of what Apple has, where they refer to you as an Apple Fellow. Those are people who are basically kind of like being promoted out of working for the company. They still work for the company, but like they're taking reduced roles or shifting their role to something that's different. In this case, I imagine he's going to kind of go into more like one of Alphabet's other subsidiaries. There's no way to sum up almost decade and a half of work in a single email, but I wanted to say thank you for the once-in-a-lifetime awe-inspiring opportunity. I stayed so long because of our incredible impact, building the future of computing at planet scale. Over the years, how long is this? Okay. Over the years, we pushed the boundaries of innovation, and I've had a blast doing it with you, ushering in speech interfaces for search, dictation, and assistance, developing Chrome for mobile, turbocharging access to the web on the go, establishing computational photography that rendered cameras obsolete for most. Excuse me, sir. Innovating on updatability in open source with Project Treble and mainline OS modules, bringing powerful and loved developer tools to market like Android Studio, Kotlin, Jetpack, and Compose. I'm sure Zach will agree with the loved part. Others not as much. Saving lives with emergency location service, earthquake alerts, car crash detection, and COVID-19 exposure notifications. Okay, now come on, those did effing nothing. Everything else, cheers. The COVID-19 exposure notifications, come on. That
never got a single one.
Well, to be fair, I was careful enough that I don't think exposure notifications were ever going to happen in my case, but oh yeah, come on. Like that
I feel like I should have got at least one in like the like 2 years I had that app on my phone.
Well, nobody installed it. Like the install rates on that app were nothing, and the people who installed it were mostly the careful ones. So yeah, the people who were spreading COVID-19, they weren't installing this. Come on. But anyway, so continuing, starting new verticals such as Android TV. I love that he doesn't mention anything else, but like casually, no mention of Android Wear, no mention of some of the others, but okay. Innovating in foldable form factors, placing the words jank and its antidote butter firmly in our vernacular. Okay. trust me, dude, jank was around long before you did it. Let's see, designing proverbially private on-device AI, inventing fun new ways to search, pivoting us to higher quality, more frequent trunk stable OS releases. Trust me on this one. Okay, I mean, that's true. And of course, building and shipping early Android devices, including Nexus Galaxy. It's Galaxy Nexus, bro. The Nexus S, the 4 through 7, the 10 player, and later the Google Pixel 1 through 7. Okay, yeah. I'm a little not mad at him, but I think it's funny that he messed up that name. But at the end of the day, what I'm most proud of is the team I helped build as we scaled Android users 3,000 times from 1 million to over 3 billion. Working with you and representing our work publicly has been the biggest honor of my career. It's important for me to leave you in good hands with a well thought out succession plan. We'll be following up shortly with some additional specifics about this change, so please keep an eye out for that. Keep pushing boundaries, embrace the challenges, and don't lose sight of the incredible impact you have on the world. Take the work seriously, but yourself not so much. Signed, Dave. So, yeah, that's
good for him. Good
yeah,
for him.
exactly. He's moving on to what I assume will be probably a I don't know about VP role, but maybe higher somehow. Maybe he'll be like maybe he's getting a CEO position. Maybe it is a new VP position, but something that actually will he can someday move up. Who knows? Maybe higher stakes. Whatever the case, that is cool.
Yeah, I would imagine getting in on the ground floor of a platform that eventually gets to over 1 billion active users is pretty cool. So,
well, 3 billion even.
Oh yeah, is it? I don't. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I'm out of date.
But yeah, that's certainly he has the career bragging rights. No questions asked.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, I'm kind of sad to see him go because, look, I'm not trying to say this as negatively as I'm sure it can be taken, but out of the Android engineering teams, I just realized that I never actually showed the screen of this, so I'll flip the view of that. But anyway, out of the Android engineering teams, Dave Burke is one of, I would say, a handful of people, if it's even a handful, that was really personable, really it feels weird to use the word charming, but it's I think it's accurate. But he was a really good, personable speaker. He was likable. He was smooth enough on stage that listening to him talk was really a pleasure among the announcements. You know, he stands up there with like Chet Haas, well, Chet Haas and Romain Guy, of course. You can never leave out Guy. I've got two other people I can picture in my head, but like past them, everyone else, I didn't get the same level of like friendly personality and like active speaker style. Dave Burke was a great speaker. He was just very, very engaging. And there are others who
was
were
always good at
close,
events.
but
Definitely miles ahead of like Sundar for sure.
oh god. Well, now we're not even in the same league at that point.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's
Sundar, but
again, you don't have to present everything. It's okay. We all know you're the CEO. You can let other people do it.
Yeah, honestly, like at this stage, I mean, how much does the Satya? How much does he even say at events anymore? To my recollection, like I think he just pops up on stage for like a couple minutes and then mostly dips out.
Yeah.
And
That's the Tim Cook strat as well.
yeah, I was gonna say Tim Cook. I mean, he's definitely more involved in the announcements, but Tim Cook at this stage feels more like the MC. He gets up there, he does like the opening act, and then he tosses it to Craig Federighi to basically do like not 80% of it or anything, but Craig is the guy. He's the one who's really doing most of it. And then obviously you've got to bring in other department heads just so that they can do their share. So that it's not just Craig doing 100% of it. But like Tim Cook, yeah, he's not really presenting anything anymore. He's just getting up there to be a hype man. And look,
I think once they figured out that he cannot be a Steve Jobs, they changed that.
Yeah. And Sundar does not get this yet.
Yeah, that's the thing I get every time I go watch an old Apple event for like a Tech Tales or something. Like, man, Steve Jobs was bad at so many things, but he was very good at that thing.
He was a salesman through and
through. He was, yeah. He treated a lot of his workers like shit. He was not a good dad whatsoever. He was really bad to Steve Woz. But
he was a bad friend, a bad dad, and a bad employer.
Yeah.
But
you know what? He could get up on a stage and make me so excited for Mac OS 9. You know, he could do
that. There was a weird thing where Grandpa tells you about technology and you're like, ooh, Grandpa, that's cool. Tell me more. Yeah. Which is impossible to replicate. Like, no one else has pulled that off. But he had that ability.
Yeah, we got to get, if someone could like, so really all that's left out of the CEOs that could do these things is would Google consider getting like Steve Ballmer to show up just to do these? I think that could, I think he could do it. I know he's
you're calling for the redemption arc.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be better, I think.
Wait, what was
and he's got to be.
Who was the guy who came right after the founders? Google CEOs. The one who, the first one who was actually CEO after Larry Page and Sergey stepped away. Eric Schmidt.
Okay.
Give us Eric Schmidt again, just for giggles. I mean,
that said, I think Zuck has almost learned how to be a normal human.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so I think from what I've watched of him, he's more engaging than like Sundar or maybe Tim Cook, but he is the most insincere man is the problem. Like, I think if he's enthusiastic about something, I should be worried for my safety is the vibe I
get. You know, it's kind of a shame that you said it that way, because I had a perfect joke lined up for the way you started that. When you said that he's more engaging, I was gonna say, oh, so they upgraded his firmware.
Yeah,
but
he got the update.
Yeah, engagement version 2.1.
Yeah, I'll go find it. One of my YouTube videos in my playlist of the best YouTube videos is animation of him moving where someone's inserted robot noises, and it's the best.
That actually, yeah, that sounds about right.
Hold on, I can probably find it. It's in my, yeah, here we go. Okay, you can play this on the stream if you want. Oh no, Austin! No, don't bring up the. No. Yeah, that was bad.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That's like we forgot about OnePlus. Remember when OnePlus was
Oh, I have
doing
not forgotten about OnePlus. I still reference that all the time. OnePlus is that like perfect example of like a company that should have existed in the 90s, because at that time everything they did would have been okay. And they became a perfect template for what not to be ever again. And somehow they managed to also survive a time period where doing the things they did was completely deeply stupid. God, I'm just blown away that company, and I'm convinced that all the people who were problems at that company, I'm convinced that they all just went to work at Uber. Like, that's the only explanation for it.
It was Carl, and he's gone now, so it's fine.
Oh, I think it was a lot more than Carl. In fact, I know it was more than just Carl. Carl was okaying a lot of stuff, but I think I know there were other people at that company who were just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, anyway, so
did you watch the toast?
Did I watch the toast? Oh, that YouTube video?
Yeah. I have it on loop now. Yeah, I have the sound on. It's great.
That is, yeah, that's pretty much dead on. I think they probably could have toned down the noise just a little bit. Like, it's slightly too loud on that, but it works.
He's behind on his WD-40, so he's a little louder than normal.
Yeah. So
this is my favorite Zuck, and also the compilation of him saying "Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce." I watch that at least once a month.
The things that bring you joy. So
something's gotta.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Valnet would never will. Anyway,
I'll also put I'll put the link to my playlist in the chat. This is my very important work. This is my YouTube playlist called "The Most Important Videos," and it actually the playlist is up to 1.9 thousand views. That's cool. Nice. Other people are enjoying.
Corbin becomes an unusually scoped YouTube influencer.
Yeah, this is if I'm sad, one of the solutions is to put this playlist on shuffle. And just watch it for a while, because it's all bangers in here.
Nice. So yeah, it'll be a shame to see Dave Burke go. Diablo suggesting Hiroshi probably is the likely successor. I kind of buy that.
Can he do anything else? I think he's in charge of like half of Google now. He might be booked.
I mean, Hiroshi Lockheimer, he is effectively at this point Craig Federighi, except without the cool hair.
Yeah. That's understandable, though. No one can really compete with that.
Yeah, it's hard to beat that hair. But yeah, at this stage, I mean, Craig is basically in charge of like half of Apple, if not 2/3 of Apple. So, you know, it makes sense to have that same sort of thing. It seems to be working pretty well for Apple outside of the legal issues. So yeah, I could see moving Hiroshi into that position, and it works. And let's be honest, he delegates, and if he's in charge of more things, he has final say on more things, which might lead to more product cohesion instead of less, which, please, that's one of the things that Google's had the biggest problem with. Too many different people who are in charge of their own fiefdoms, and as a result, products live kind of by themselves and without good collaboration. And it was around the time that Dave Burke was put in charge that things started having a little bit more order and anti-chaos. Austin, not a great speaker, but Diane Hackborn knows her stuff. Yeah, but it's the not a great speaker part that has really been an issue. Because Diane, look, I love Diane. She's great. But holy crap, Diane can get aggressive.
Yeah, I think we're exclusively talking about like which executives could be cool in
well, executives or high level product leads.
Which is not the same as being good at their actual jobs. We're just talking.
Yeah.
Different skill set, as every CEO who has tried to copy Steve Jobs has done. They're not all good at it, and that's okay. You can't be good at everything. Sometimes you're just going to be a person at the top of the chain making millions and millions of dollars per year and having 3 boats that all pollute the environment, and that's what you're good at.
Yes, exactly.
Let AI give the presentations. It would be better. It would be better than about half these people. But still not good.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Honestly, this could be like how there's the proposal that comes up every so often to just have the Olympics in one place instead of just moving it between countries because it's really expensive and sucks. What if all the tech companies just have one presentation guy that they all share?
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Yeah, kind of like how like all the movie trailers in the 2000s had the one guy to do the voice. It's the same
epic movie guy.
Same thing.
Yeah.
And that guy is Steve Ballmer.
I don't think I want to see somebody who's likely to have his heart explode on stage.
Yeah, I don't know if he's maybe got it in him anymore. But I think it'd be very funny if Steve Ballmer was just the tech event guy, and every time he was just completely drenched in sweat yelling about something. Honestly, that would be the energy that the Google I/O needed. I think if you're gonna like just lambast about AI for 2 hours, it has to be like someone yelling it. They needed a hype guy. They did not have that.
Okay, so counterpoint, and I cannot think of his name at the moment. I'm sure somebody will suggest it soon enough. But that guy who worked at Microsoft for a while and was doing a lot of the Surface announcements.
Yeah.
As soon as I said that, I knew you'd remember it because I know he did like the announcement for the Surface Duo, and that guy, he was. I didn't think he was good, but a lot of people certainly seem to like him. So, ooh, Austin, yes, you're right, because his movie, Justin Long would be great. In part because his movie career has basically tanked. Like, it's not dead. He still gets roles, but...
And he did pretend to be Steve Jobs once.
Yeah. And, look, I've always liked Justin Long. I think he's pretty funny. And he's got the personality.
I like the Mac and PC commercials. Those were good.
Yeah, I mean, he basically, like, unintentionally kind of memed himself into that position. Dare I say, he is the tech CEO, or not tech CEO, but he is the tech version of Vladimir Zelensky acting as president. Look, first you got the role playing that part, and then you became that role. Justin Long is the Mac and PC guy.
Okay. I could see it. Yeah. Hoopy said, "Rest in peace, Billy Mays, gone before you trim it." Man, Billy Mays telling me about Google Gemini, that would sell me. I think that would.
That would be something. Did you figure out the
Billy
name?
Mays here to talk about Google Gemini?
Did you figure out the name of the Microsoft guy?
I was scrolling.
He had a really... Oh, Panos Panay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Panos Panay. That's who I was
That
talking about.
I think he was like probably the best modern tech presenter. Like post Steve Jobs, like probably him.
I mean, like I said, I didn't actually like his style, but I know others did, so.
He definitely had like the vibe of like he actually like cares probably too much about the thing he's talking about. And that made it feel a lot better than, you know, Sundar going up on stage. Yet like I don't know if you actually care. I know you don't have to because you already have more money than I will ever see in my entire life, and you got that in the last 3 minutes. But
Yeah.
good Lio presented by Obama. I mean,
Not far off, yeah.
it'd be better. It'd be better. Yeah.
That would be that.
That
The only
has been like,
problem is, can you imagine how long that presentation is going to take?
yeah.
Obama was not
Yeah.
a fast speaker.
No. Be like, let me be clear. Gemini is great.
Yes. Now, I'd like to tell the audience, I don't normally do tech presentations, but, well, I think you need to hear more about AI.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be so painful. I don't think I could sit through one of those, but it'd be kind of neat to have him get up and, you know, be the brief hype man for it.
Yeah, he's not doing anything.
Well,
His,
he won't be in 6 months.
Right.
His job as hype man for Biden will be over then, and
Sometimes.
yeah.
Can't wait for the new Mac versus PC commercial with a cast of Obama and W. Bush. Oh God, how do I delete that comment, Cody? I'm gonna delete that comment. I can't.
Vicious.
I don't like it.
That's something. Also, that would be kind of, honestly, kind of hilarious.
Do not employ George W. Bush, please.
I mean, have you seen the condition he's in? Let's be honest.
That's true.
That perfectly exemplifies Windows. Actually, no. He should become the new face of Dell. Maybe IBM.
Yeah, IBM, Oracle, one of those guys. He's
Oh, yeah,
almost as
Oracle.
evil. He's almost as evil as the Oracle CEO. So
Larry
he'd
Ellison.
fit in.
Well, no, Larry Ellison is no longer Oracle CEO, but he's worse.
Yeah.
And yes,
he
it's tough
graduated to CEO of hell.
Yeah, it's tough to beat Larry Ellison's level of just crappiness as a person and as a CEO.
Yeah.
And also as a person again. Yes, he's such a bad person. He gets called the crappiest twice. He actually holds first place and second place at the same time.
Yeah.
Also, rumor has it he somehow made his way into 7th place. The dude is multi-talented at being just pure crap. The problem with Larry Ellison, dresses, acts, and speaks like a supervillain. Yeah, he does. Kind of almost like Bezos, but Larry Ellison is the actual, like, he's the dark version of a supervillain, where Bezos is like a Bond villain where it's kind of silly.
Yeah, and also I think only Bezos could like beat me up by just staring at me.
I mean, have you seen Larry Ellison stare?
That's true.
Larry Ellison's stare is like the look. Okay, you remember Temple of Doom? The cult leader, the look on his face when he's gonna rip out your heart, like that is the look of Larry Ellison on a normal day. He's got resting heart rip face. Where Bezos, it's more just Lex Luthor's.
Yeah, he'll just beat me up normally.
Yeah.
Him and Zuck, I think, are definitely the ones most likely to beat a person up.
Well, Bezos would just pay somebody to beat you up, or order somebody who, is just willing to do it. Zuck, apparently the guy is gonna start just beating up Elon Musk whenever the two of them find themselves in the same room, which please do.
It's so disappointing that hasn't happened yet.
I know. It was never going to.
Real enemy of my enemy situation.
Yes. Well, let's be honest. It's kind of like Trump and Biden having a debate. That's never actually going to happen. I'm pretty sure it won't.
It'll happen, but neither of them will know it's happening at the time.
Oh, jeez. Actually, yeah, I could kind of see that. It would be pretty amusing to watch, as truly.
I'm hoping it's just like Trump's incoherent rambling, like always, and then Joe Biden's just like, "Shut up, man!" like every 5 minutes, and then Trump's go back speaking. That'd be perfect.
Yeah. Well, now that the
John McAfee's AI, John McAfee could be a prisoner if he was still alive. That could work. If we could bring him back in Billy Mays. Don't bring Steve Jobs back. He can stay wherever he is.
Yeah, let him rest, or
Yeah,
whatever's happening to him.
Yeah.
But John McAfee, wow, that would be something.
Yeah, just doing lines of coke in between the PowerPoint slides. That'd be sick.
Yeah. I mean, do you think he would even still be doing coke? It feels like he would have had something new by now. Something none of us have even heard about.
He's doing coke, but also he has a massive, he has a shotgun on his back, like the Terminator, for the entire presentation. You're not entirely sure if he's going to use it or not.
You're not even entirely sure if it's a working gun, but you're definitely sure it's a working gun. Okay, I thought of this earlier. I just have to say it. Zuck and Elon Musk. Look, I just want to be clear. I would never, ever in my life pay to see the Jake Paul get his ass beat by somebody in a pay-per-view match. I would never pay to watch any of the YouTube boxers or wannabe boxers get beaten up. Granted, some of them I kind of want to see beaten up, not in a ring, just in real life. But I will pay good money to watch Zuckerberg and Elon Musk go at it. I want to be very clear on this. If they'll do that, someone's going to make some money. I'm even willing for it to be them. They can make some of that money.
See, I mean, this goes back to the boat. Like, the only way the billionaires get injured or die is when they do it to themselves. It has to be in the Zuck Elon boxing ring. It has to be in the poorly built submersible checking out the Titanic. It has to be one of those things.
Oh, and I was going to say, my one qualifier is this cannot just be a for show fight. These two have to go at it. And look, no ref. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. When Zuckerberg goes a little too far, no one's there to stop him.
Yeah,
it's an extra.
I only agree to this because I know. Yeah, only because it's very clear Elon Musk would lose immediately. That's about it.
Oh yeah, there's no chance Elon Musk would win that fight. I mean, literally no chance. He's old. He's kind of fat. Not like fat, but you know. He's slow.
He's not professionally training with boxers constantly.
Well, he claimed he was getting professional training, but come on.
Professional training on how to make more of your kids hate you, right, is what he was getting.
I don't know that that's possible, but okay.
If you're the expert, you got no one else to learn from.
There was a professional trainer there, but it was him. He was
Yeah.
training other people how to make their kids hate him.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, CEO VR deathmatch. Yeah, that'd be cool.
You know,
Anyway, so
MTV
now
needs
that
to bring back Celebrity Deathmatch. I don't know how many people ever saw this or remember it, but it was great in its time and would actually be kind of epic to have them do this. Austin Zuckerberg versus Tim Cook wearing their respective VR goggles seems like a good match. I mean, okay.
well, yeah. I agree.
Versus Sundar when they come out with theirs. I just want to throw that in there because
He's coming out with the Google Cardboard. He's ready to go.
No, I bring this up because let's be honest, I think we all know this is how it's going to play out. The first version of the Google Samsung VR goggles is 100% going to have a frame rate that's just in the crapper. And he would go out there and he's going to be like turning his head and confused for a second before the motion sickness kicks in and he just vomits on stage.
And Elon Musk would also vomit on stage, but it's because he wasn't allowed to check his phone for 2 minutes. Palmer lucky with the folding chair.
Well, no, you see, he isn't allowed his phone, but Linda Yaccarino, or however her name is said, literally standing behind him reading tweets. I guarantee it. Because
unfortunately,
yeah,
this would be a very fun fan fiction to write if it wouldn't put me on 17 lists immediately.
I mean, you're not going to get a job with any of these companies anyway. They all have already figured out that you write a blog that says don't use things like Opera GX.
I really ruined. Yeah, I ruined my chance of working at Opera, unfortunately.
Ooh.
But
will Opera even be here in a few years? They will be. I'm sure they'll just sell their assets to yet another company. I mean, they've already sold out, so why not just eventually sell off? Let's see. HTC gets a rep, starts to show crypto, and is mysteriously missing after the commercial break, and nobody mentions it or cares. I mean, that's pretty much HTC's history now. Hey, we haven't considered James Vanderbeek should somehow be involved in the story. I don't even know how. Maybe he becomes our new announcer for all the tech companies. Maybe he's the ref who starts the Zuckerberg Elon fight and just walks away as soon as the first punch is thrown. I don't know, but we need James Vanderbeek.
You can work it in. I'll ask Apple Intelligence to start writing this for me. I'll figure something out.
Oh geez, this is horrible and awesome in all the right ways.
Yeah, I'm done now. I want food. Are we done?
Yeah, we're done. As a quick thought, if anybody knows anyone who does those, like they listen to podcast episodes and then animate the stuff that the people are saying, this right here, this needs animation. Okay, so
especially the part where Elon Musk gets injured. I'd like to see that animated.
I have a feeling that if you knew the right search terms, you could probably find that on Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, anyway, so thanks everyone for coming out, watching the stream, sticking with us for what turned out to be an extra long RambleCast. And if you'd like to support the channel, there are links down below to Cash App, Streamlabs, and Patreon. Of course, huge thanks to those who do support the channel: Carson, David, Austin, Diablo, and Kirby Mermaid. And huge thanks for Corbin, huge thanks to Corbin for coming by and chatting it out this evening. Corbin, do you have anything you'd like to name drop or punch out or whatever?
spacebar.news. Go there and click the big subscribe button.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I made the executive decision to turn the floating subscribe button on. I don't really like that, but now the website has ads and it didn't when I made that previous decision. I figure like it's probably better to have the floating subscribe button and then the ads in the article instead of the ads floating or having the article be interrupted by the ads and the inline subscribe messages. So that seems best.
Could you have the ads floating and the subscribe button floating on top of the ads?
Yes. And then I agree that would be perfect. Yeah.
I think that's the winner.
And then there's another ad on top of the subscribe button.
I mean, for click-through rate, that'd be good. An invisible ad, of course.
No. It's the video that's on top of the subscribe button that's on top of the article. My mistake.
Ah, okay.
And the video is the animation of Elon Musk getting beaten up.
We just described every Valnet site.
Yeah.
With that,
I mean, speaking of floating videos, I do if I ever do like e-commerce thing on the space bar, like any kind of like sale roundup, I will have my auto playing video of the redoing it remix of the H.H. Gregg commercial song auto play. That's very important to me. Does Valnet have a CEO? Yes. I don't know what his name is.
Yeah, and I'm sure you can figure it out just by looking up the thing I just said. Anyway, so with that, I think we've come to the natural conclusion. So I hope you all have an excellent rest of your week. Keep an eye out, because in theory my review should be coming up in the next couple of days or something for the first of 2 Chipolo trackers. And yeah, that's about the long and short of it. So I hope you all have a good rest of the week, and I'll see you in the next one. Good night, everybody.